Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can please start making your way into the auditorium once you've registered and received your tag. We will be starting shortly.
Hey, Rodney.
Good morning. No, good morning. A warm welcome to you to the Fetsi Digital Summit. We are so excited to have you here. I think it's been quite a time to put the event together, bring everybody in. I know even this morning, Boitumelo was sending messages, and I was like, girl, why aren't you not sleeping? Because I'm sleeping. But it's the nature of events and trying to put a vision together and make it a reality. But a warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for coming through and spending your Saturday morning with us. We really do appreciate it. So a round of applause for you guys. We will be doing a little bit of housekeeping. However, by way of introduction, my name is Pumeza Langa. I'll be your MC/program director for the day. Also, the person who will be cracking the whip when I see that speakers are running a little bit over time, because we are running a little bit behind schedule. So we just want to make sure we get all the discussions, all the conversations really well, and make sure the content team gets all the information that they want to get as well, but you also get the best out of today. So I look to my team in terms of our ushers, content, as well as Philip in the background there in terms of AV. And we are really excited to be here at Rosebank Union Church. And thank you so much for the hospitality. You guys have been great so far. So just before we get to the main part of the event and inviting Dumi to come speak and welcome you all, a little bit of housekeeping. Cell phones, please, if you can put them on silent. If you know there's an urgent something that you need to attend to, you're more than welcome to just step outside quickly and attend to that. We do have a hashtag for today. It's Fetsi Digital Futures Summit. Please do share, let people know that you're here in terms of discussions and conversation that's taking place. Anything that you really enjoy about today, please do share that on the social media platforms as well, whether it's LinkedIn or Instagram, whichever platform you're on, please do share that. It is a digital summit, of course. We want you to be using your technology. And then also in terms of the restrooms, as you step out of the auditorium, they are on your left-hand side. As you walk towards the coffee stations, there is a sign at the top, it'll point you to your right. Also, if you will be joining the sessions that are going to be taking place in the garden hall, there will be, as you step out of the auditorium, it's on your right-hand side behind the MICT CETA banner. So that's a little bit of logistics for the different sessions that are taking place. Some will be here in the auditorium, but others will be by the garden hall, so you'll get to pick and choose. Awesome. So are we ready to get started? Brilliant. I did see Boitumelo just now, and now she's disappeared. Boitumelo, we do need you to come welcome everybody that's here today. I feel like she's run away. And she's the one who brought us all here. Okay, while we're waiting for her to come through, what are you all most looking forward to today? Why'd you say yes to this particular event? I'm always very curious because it's Saturday morning, and we know how people are very precious about Saturday mornings. What made you say yes? And I'm sad that I don't have a roaming microphone. If there's... Well, look, it's cocktail hour somewhere in the world. Anybody else apart from the cocktails? If no one volunteers, I'm going to pick on you. I'm going to be the school teacher. Yes, sir?
I can use my voice.
Yes, projection.
No worries. I think some of the core things that we're seeing, especially around innovation and what takes this country forward, and what we see happening in the world, happening east, I think the digital economy inclusion is so important. I think in my world it's doing it safely, but I think if we don't move forward, one, we're going to get left behind.
Yes.
We're not going to innovate, and we're not going to bring along those that don't have access to what we fortunately here have access to.
100%.
If we can unlock that and unleash that, South Africa will be an absolute force to be treasured. Right?
I love that. Thank you. Mr. Cocktail Hour.
I actually want to add to that because I think we see and we hear Europe AI safety framework, which is American AI safety framework. I think the fact that we're focusing on leadership and ethics in the future workforce, as Africans, we're starting to think about that as well. And we've got serious responsibilities considering we are a developing continent.
Yes.
How do we take advantage of this massive leap forward in technology
Sorry about that.
Now I need to speak on a mic. Okay. So,
Thank you.
you see, this is the problem with talking a lot. I can't remember what I said. I just want to add to what he said in terms of the focus of the summit being ethics, leadership, and the future workforce. We always hear in the news, or if you listen to a podcast, we're talking about European frameworks, American frameworks, AI safety, AI ethics, what's happening there, but their contexts are so much different than ours. The fact that we are here, each of these individuals, and the fact that this is even something that's happening, it means that we are thinking about this specifically in an African context. As Africans, as a developing country, we have a much greater responsibility and obligation to how do we apply this technology? How do we take its benefits so that everybody can move forward? It's not something that now increases the inequality. So how do we make sure we reap the benefits of AI, but that we bring those that are beyond the fold in with us? The opportunities in medicine and education, we just spoke to a gentleman now, the opportunities we can get to kind of help develop things and move things forward is amazing, but that responsibility lies with us. And I think that's super exciting to hear all of these thought leaders, what their opinions are, what their ideas are, and what people are doing. I think it's going to be super.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I love that you're talking about the whole inclusion part of things and ensuring that individuals in Africa are actually driving that particular change, because a lot of the content that we see, a lot of the innovation, it sits outside of our borders, whether it's South Africa or the continent as well, and it's skewed, for a different, set of eyes and experiences as well. So for the inclusion part, the ensuring that we're opening it up a little bit more, because there's lots of talent and innovation coming up. There's a lot of talent and innovation that's been already in the process. But now how do we step it up and take it to a different sort of level to ensure that we really stand front and center, and really put it forward? Sir?
Thank you. So about 10 years ago, I made a prediction that Africa will become the next powerhouse based on the population. We've got the youngest population in the world. And we also have the largest, in my opinion, we've got the largest, let's call it the conglomerate of innovation. So in the work that I do, it's amazing if you look at how problems are solved. And I firmly believe that it's time now to bring all this together. And that's why I love the whole theme of inclusion. Because once we start bringing all these innovations to the front and we start applying them across the continent. So the work I've done in West Africa, if we apply it in East Africa, we apply it in Southern Africa, will bring economic growth and let's call it wealth for the whole of Africa. And I firmly believe that events like this, there should be more of them. They should be more regular. And we must use these as a platform to push forward innovation and economic inclusion for everybody.
100%. Thank you so much. Would you like to say it, Cam? Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to also add on what Danny just spoke about that Africa is the biggest powerhouse in terms of resources, and human capital is the most important capital, and South Africa is rich in that. And if we're to look at the unemployment rates, highest they've been in, the highest since our democracy, but that actually means that we have capacity to start our own infrastructure in terms of our businesses. And I think that this is a perfect opportunity because it actually allows for businesses to grow without the gatekeepers that have been in the industries throughout, the economy has been growing. So it allows for small businesses, regardless of where you are in the country, to be able to use as resources to start your business and actually grow in the economy. So it does allow for innovation to happen, knowing that unemployment is not the end. You can actually create your own economy with the tools that we are receiving today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. On that note, I am going to ask Buitumelo to come through. Thank you so much for that input. And I hope a lot of you also have something to share in between. Where time allows, we will do these little spot checks just to make sure that you are engaged. If there's something that comes up, we want to really make this not just you being spoken to, you spoken at. We want it to be a conversation, a dialogue. In between, if there's anybody who says something, jot it down. And if you want to come back and, reframe it, add your input, please feel free to do so. This is really a conversation. And it's for you. It's an opportunity for all of us to take some ideas away in the different spaces that we belong to. A lot of people think that, digital is like, the IT team in the back room with, hot servers and they can't breathe and they're really mad at all of us because Monday morning we're like, I forgot my password. True story. It happens often to me. But it's really a conversation to look at where we can all have our level of input, because as much as we belong to different sectors and industries, we all know that digital is something that's so important. It's critical to where we are now and where we want to go to as a continent, as a nation, and also adding elements of what makes it unique to us and how do we make it unique to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, the lady who brought us all here so early in the morning, Buitumelo, a warm welcome to her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, changemakers, innovators, future leaders from both private and public sector. So today, we gather here under one shared vision, which is to open digital doors that have been closed for far too long. The future that we speak about is not just digital, it is centered around inclusion. It belongs to every young person who dares to dream beyond their circumstances. So as Fetsi Impact Hub, we believe that inclusion is a strategy. We believe that empowering young people with AI, digital skills, it's exactly how we unlock the next generation of problem savers, of creators, of policymakers who will shape Africa's tomorrow. So this summit, ladies and gentlemen, it's about providing access. It's about providing access to opportunities for young people. It's about ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of where they come from or whether or not they're disabled. We're also trying to ensure that people living with disabilities and can also be in rooms where decisions are made and be co-creators of the policies that can also be able to serve them. So as we begin, let this be a call to action to every policymaker to listen, to every industry leader sitting in this room today, to collaborate, to also allow young people that are here to claim their place within the digital economy. Because when we empower young people, we don't just build skills, we build nations. When we open doors, ladies and gentlemen, we change lives, we change history. Welcome to Fetsi Digital Futures Summit, where innovation meets inclusion, where Africa's digital destiny begins today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you so much, Buitumelo. And I love that you started talking about the education and the inclusion part, because our keynote speaker today is Mr. Rodney Koch. He's the ICT Board Chairman. He'll be taking us through a strategic leadership address, and he's from the Rose University. So warm welcome to you, sir.
All right, am I audible? There we go. Good morning, Goeiemorgen, Sanbonan, Dumelang, Abshen, Molweni, Ndi Masiari Ndi, Ahe. Did I leave anybody out? Tobel, Askis. Akiri, what about the Totital? Awe Massacant? Good morning. My name is Rodney. I'm so delighted. I'm so happy to be here. It's going to be a good time. We're going to have an amazing time. My surname is Koch, but I must explain it to you. Wabu Mutuan. From my mom's side, Wabu Mutuan, my dad's side, Wateta Matos. So, Agiri, there are 8 different Tswana tribes. Now, we're from what we call the Barolong tribe. You know, when you go to Key Northwest, there are 2 many dominant features. It's the Monachotlas, Agiri from Marikane side, and then here between Mahikeng, not Mafikeng. You know, for the white people, you say Mafikeng, it's Mahikeng. Agiri Barolong pronunciation. Mahikeng side, so there's the Bakwenas, there's the Bakwatlas, there's the Barolongs. There are different tribes that runs through. So my grandma is German, and hence that's why, you know, during those olden days, my dad and my mom and everybody else adopt that surname. But nevertheless, that's me. I'm going to talk to you for about 20 minutes, just give you a keynote address. I think I can actually walk around because I don't need that podium mic. Do I need to move it, or will you guys move it for me? Where we go? Do I need a pointer? There we go. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much. That's me. Like I said, what I do is, there we go. Thank you so much. Let me just see. Where do I point it? Aquí, ahí se ve, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, I got it. What I do is, I spent about 30 years of my life in the IT technology with Microsoft, Oracle, and IBM. Currently, right now, I'm serving as a business coach and a strategic advisor to multiple corporate companies locally and abroad. I've spent some time in the Middle East. I speak fluent Arabic. I speak very, very good French, purely because I had the opportunity to live there and to work there as a public servant. I spent 10 years of my life as the CIO, as DIRCO, formerly known as Department of Foreign Affairs. So hence, that's the type of stuff that I do. So I love what I do, I enjoy what I do, but the biggest thing for me is paying it forward. Paying it forward. What you have to be able to pay it forward. Look at that. Africa's debt and global reality. What do you actually see in that? What is the big no-no on that you see on that slide? Africa's debt. Can you see that? Africa's debt is the smallest. What does it mean? Are we underdeveloped? Or do they say we don't know what we do with the money? You know, debt is not always a problem. It's not a bad thing. So in other words, Africa figure is very small, but it's also a blessing. But is it a blessing or is it a sign of underdevelopment? After nearly 3 decades, you know, for myself, I've learned that numbers rarely tell the whole story. Africa is not weighed down by too much debt, but by the paradox of low leverage. Nations borrow when they have the infrastructure, industries, and systems to invest in. Debt is not just a liability, it can be a catalyst for growth. Look at it. Debt is not just a liability, it can also be a catalyst for growth. So I ask the question, in the next 10 years, will Africa remain on the margins? Will you still continue looking at that? You have to be able to know what to do with the debt, how to be able to build with it. Let me just pause for a moment. South Africa is the 5th fastest smartphone penetration globally. Let me say that again. South Africa is the 5th fastest smartphone penetration globally. I'm not talking about Dilili. You know what's a Dilili? That smaller one you get there by Ackermans or the shop, Pep stores. You know, that one. Smartphone penetration. We in South Africa are very close to the global average of internet speed connectivity. We are 78.4 Mbps. Okay? We are 56 on what we call the GCI, the Global Competency Index. In other words, it manages the macro and the microeconomics of a country to see their ability to be able to invest, to create jobs, and to push towards the economy. So we are not that far. You know, we need to be able to make sure that we understand that. So we rank very well. We have the most advanced financial services systems globally. Globally, we have the most. South Africa is one of the very first, what we called IFRS, for the finance and the people that understand the accounting. IFRS is International Financial Reporting Standards. We were one of the very first signatories of IFRS. Okay, you know, we have various rules that we go past with. So our technology and the technology that we use in terms of AI in our financial services are streets ahead. So we should be able to utilize that particular money that is actually shared with us. Let's move on. There we go. Oh, I don't know if you're able to see that. It just shows you a map in terms of which are the top countries on our continent. Now, we have a very interesting continent. Somebody mentioned it over here. We have 1.5 billion people on this continent. By 2027, we will have a 4 trillion GDP. 55% of the inhabitants of this continent are between the ages of 18 and 35. So we are poised for greatness. We are poised for greatness. In my other life, I lectured at university, and the students always ask me the one question, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? Okay, so we are poised. Between 18 and 35 occupies 55% of the population of our country. This just shows you a map. It's a very World Economic Forum report that shows you just the big countries where and how in order to be able to do your business in. Let's move along. Africa's next 10 years, look at that. Our banks will shed legacy embrace. Cloud banking and open AI partnerships, 2028 to 2030, AI-powered credit. AI-powered credit. Mobile-only products. Did you know that Johannesburg and Cape Town are both tier 1 hubs for fintechs? Now let me tell you, we have 5 traditional banks. You know the usual suspects, Akiriki, Standard Bank, Absa, Nedbank, blah, blah, blah. We have 10 digital banks. Capitec, Bank Zero, Time Bank, Discovery Bank, etc., etc. Then we have 230 fintech companies. You and I, the fortunate ones that has a job and that actually gets a salary or that actually has an income, use at least 3 fintech services every day. You buy airtime, you buy concert tickets, you buy electricity, you pay debt, etc., etc. So why do I need still the traditional banks? The big thing the students ask me, have you noticed if you go into the mall, the longest queue for the ATM, Capitec? Yeah. You know why? There's a reason for that. Capitec has a policy 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. 1 rand, Capitec to Capitec. 2 rand, Capitec to any other bank. That's what they charge you. Up to 10 rand is the most for the first 1,000 rand that you withdraw from that account or transfer to make another payment. You that have your very expensive, nice Investec and FNB and Standard Bank, come end of the month, 800 rand, man. I'll cap you. We pay 26 rand, 27 rand with the students. It's the digital bank. It's working towards the unbanked. So our banks have moved in great length and making sure that we touch some of those areas. Okay, moving along. Look at 2030. Look at the super apps, programmable wallets. I was fortunate about last month, I was invited by the Indian government to speak about payment gateways and digital wallets. Now, you know, when you travel anywhere in the world, or you go outside of the borders, you use your card to be able to buy coffee, or buy a plane ticket, or pay for your accommodation, or whatever you want to do. There's something called SET, Secure Electronic Transaction, or SSL, Secure Sockets Layer. That's all that networking that makes sure you swipe your card, it goes to the merchant, it goes to different place, blah, 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 boom. Then they say, unless it says decline, you actually say, all right, yeah, so that is what it's all about. So they invited me to talk about payment gateways, digital wallets. How do you actually do all of these environments? And our systems are very advanced. We had 4 banks leave our shores end of last year. You know who they are. HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank and Corporation, Banque Nationale de Paris, BNP, Sasfin Bank, our local bank, and Access Bank, the Nigerian bank, made a bid for a company called Bidvest Bank. But we have a very strong, robust, well-regulated financial systems. Let's move. Look at that. Next 10 years, fintech. Most significant transformation globally. Expected GDP, I shared that with you. 55%. Technology change, work, educate, build, design, shop, manufacture. It accelerates those shifts. You know, South Africa has 345 companies that has got revenues of $1 billion or more. And of that 345, 40% or more resides in South Africa. And you know who they are. They are on the continent. Checkers, ShopRite. I have actually a list. Vodacom, MTN. You know, there are multiple ones around the corner. I'm just talking about that for a moment. Look at that. Next 10 years, where fintech and banking collide, with an expected GDP of 4 trillion. We're the beginning of the most significant transformation. AI is accelerating these shifts. AI will not lie to you. You know what AI is? Very simple. People need to really understand what AI is. AI is, you say something, I keep it. You say something, I keep it. You say something, I keep it. The collective says something, I keep it. When you ask something, I turn around in the library and I look and I say, here we go. Simple. AI goes and searches and gives you the best explanation of what you're looking for. It will never say no to you. AI has no emotions. So be very careful how you use AI. You know the Australian government, there's a company, one of the big 5 auditing firms, submitted a report to the Australian government, but they had to pay back the money. Why? Because they use AI with all incorrect facts, figures, stats, etc. So I say to my students at university, use AI, but as a guide and as a principle and as a foundation, but then build your own theory around it so that I can understand. I can easily spot if you do verbatim, cut and paste. Het werkt niet zo nie. Look at this. What is the biggest threat? Is artificial intelligence the threat? This is over 3 trillion giant. And they feel threatened. You know, in the 1980s, there was a company called DEC, and IBM, and HP. In 1972, 5 guys left IBM on the same day. They quit, they resigned. They say, hey, I have some that we're leaving. Those 5 guys created a company called SAP. They wanted to say that what they're doing there's no innovation. So DEC and everything else. What Satya is trying to say is we need to innovate and create and be a part of what is happening so that we don't get chewed up or swallowed up or taken over by artificial intelligence. It is a threat. A lot of people say, you know, hey, it's going to take my job. Reinvent, re-engineer, redesign, reinvent, re-engineer, redesign. Reinvent, re-engineer, redesign. Focus on how you want to do that. I love this. I love that. Our retail in this country is amazing. You know, have you been to Cape Town? We have smart trolleys. Born. No cashier, no checkout. You take your goods, you put it in your trolley, it's scanned. You take the goods out, you put it back, it's minus. It tells you where is the nappies, where is the milk, where is the screwdrivers, if it's a Walmart or a Pick and Pay store. Smart trolleys under construction. We have omni-channel around that. We can actually fit on an outfit without even fitting it on. Standing in the smart mirrors, the innovation. Massmart, Walmart is coming to our countries, they're opening their first store. You know? It's amazing what is happening in our technologies. Look at our Nedbank bought a company called Ikoka. Why? Why? There is a big move in order to make sure financial services is very close. Your fintech services is very close. It's at home. It is actually there where you need it all the time, 24/7, 365, all the time, and in different and various ways. This is where I love this part. I know some of you resonate with this, and Elua will obviously enjoy this. This is his alma mater, Rhodes University. I've been a part of Rhodes for the last 22 years, And these are the students about a week or 2 weeks ago, we had the graduation, and also where all the honors and final year students do their practicals and come and, dance on the box, come and show their stuff. So this is what it's all about. Making sure that we pass on that knowledge, share. They say, until you plant a tree, you water it, you nurture it, you watch it grow, you're just talking. You've done nothing. Let me say that again. And this is my mentor, Wangara Maathai, the former Kenyan minister, the late former Kenyan minister. She has a bench at Rhodes, actually. It says, until you plant a tree, you water it, you watch it grow, and nurture it, you've done nothing. You're just talking. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
I was absolutely not ready. I thought you were going to continue. I was like, okay, wait, he's on a roll here. Thank you so much. Sure. How many of you were excited to hear about all of that? Right? It was good. It was so good. There's some notes that I took down, and I was just like, okay, hang on a second. There's so much more. When you were talking about, you said reinvent, re-engineer, redesign. And when you're talking about is AI, a threat, but the irresponsible use of AI is a threat. That's how I put it down. And it's so true. And I think, 2 years ago, I went to a TED Talk. And one of the speakers was talking about AI, the input that we share, what information is there. When you put in, we're looking for certain specific images, because a lot of the content, a lot of the input, the information comes from external, it's not Africa or South Africa. So certain images, certain, looks and feels are very outside of the continent. And it's really important that we as individuals who are using AI in different ways, we want the look and feel that we can relate to. So why are we not those individuals who are inputting and sharing? If you know somebody who's building something, share and say, how about tweaking this? Consider this. Because we want to look at something that we've created and that we're going to use on a daily basis. I know, I've got a 7-year-old daughter, and she was asking me about AI the other day. And I looked and I was just like, oh my gosh, are we having this conversation right now? We're talking about AI. And when she was in grade R, they were doing robotics. And in my head, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to upskill myself and make sure that, yes, I might not be building a robot, but if she asks me about coding, I need to be able to have a conversation. If she is interested in, I need to know where to take her, where the information comes from, find the spaces that will allow her to be able to create and question and also be able to give something back, because that's the importance of things. And moving into cybersecurity, I think yesterday or the day before was Cybersecurity Day. That's also a very tricky space. Half the time, I'm blocking so many things on her YouTube Kids, even. And I'm like, you can't watch that. You can't engage with this because there's too much that I'm not even aware of when they're talking about certain things. Or it starts exposing them to things that I'm thinking, you're not ready for that. You're 7. I'm a grown adult, I'd like to think. And when I look at the content, I'm just like, no, that's not for me. Let's block and not entertain that. But on that note, thank you so much. That was an incredible keynote. We really appreciate your time and your insights. I will be calling you back onto the stage because we are going to be talking about our first session for this morning is AI, data security, and cybersecurity for operational transformation. I would like to call our speakers. Rodney, if you can please come back. Ms. Sasha I'm going to butcher the surname, and I do apologize for that in advance. Sasha Baharilal, the Director, Group Data, Privacy and Protection at NDT Data Inc. Lubabalo Gyanki, co-founder of Devier, thank you. Dumelo Zwane, the CIO at Special Investigative Unit. And I do believe we do have our fourth speaker. Let me confirm. Are you well this morning, guys? You good? Oh, is the lights? Are you shining bright there? Wait, Dumelo. I think I've lost her again. Is she not? No, lost her again. And I'd like to call Vukosi Sambo, the Group Chief Information Officer at STM Healthcare Investments, PHA, and Marara Group, please. Is Vukosi here? Not as yet, okay. Okay, let's just test out our mics. Are we good?
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Yes, perfect. If you want to hold it, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Perfect. Right.
Okay. Oh, take it out.
Just take it out. It's probably
There
easier.
we go. Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Have a great conversation, guys.
Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you so much. Welcome, Luba. Welcome. How do you do?
All good, thank you.
Very good, very good. We were just testing the mics.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, okay, all right. It looks like we don't have any of our other guests. We were supposed to be 3 panelists, but that is okay. We can have it. Is there anybody else maybe from the audience that actually wants to participate in this discussion? Would like to extend it? Anybody? If you feel you want to come and participate and share and give some insights, we'd love you to come and share. There's probably a chair for one more. Come on, guys. Don't be shy. You ready? Yalla, baby. Just grab the mic and introduce yourself to the rest of the audience. Welcome. Good morning. Just grab a mic over there and just tell us who are you and where you're from, and then we can get going.
Good morning. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, so my name is Rinderani Matumba. I'm a principal architect at Exara Resources, currently looking after 4 domains, so cloud, cybersecurity, data architecture, as well as infrastructure architecture. So
welcome.
I can,
welcome. Perfect.
I can contribute.
Let's
not prepared for the questions, but let's see how it goes.
That's great. That's great. That's great. You know, we always talk about the digital transformation. Now, there are always, sometimes the people exhaust that term, or they really rip it out of proportion. Let me give you a simple explanation of digital transformation. How do you transform? How do you transform? And I want to read it for you. It's the Harvard Business Review's definition. They say, digital transformation is when you integrate technology so extensively into your business that you fundamentally change how the business operates. This integration of technology takes place across all of our products, operations, sales, marketing, IT, and customer service functions. Digital transformation is not about buying new software or new hardware or new infrastructure or adopting shiny new technologies. It's about changing how your business works from the ground up to be digital first. Now, I know that was a higher grade explanation, but in simple terms, all it actually says, digital transformation is not shiny new tools. It's how you change sales, IT, legal, finance, marketing, management, exco, board, everybody transforms how we work. Not the new iPhone or the new system or the new infrastructure or the new network, etc., etc. No, that's not digital transformation. It is a concept inside of the business. That is digital transformation. Welcome. What we're going to have to do now is we're going to actually have a nice discussion, and I want to share with you what our discussion topic is all about. We're talking about, there are various aspects. Hold on, let me just get to that. Let me just get to that section. Okay. So, like I said, just for the benefit, it's around AI, data, cybersecurity, and operational transformation. AI and operational transformational. Now, I know I want to bring in the things around skills. I want to bring in the thing around skills and training and our youth. I'd love to bring that in because that's important. Cybersecurity. Did you know that we are the 5th most targeted country globally? We are the 5th most targeted country globally. Do you know which are the 3 most targeted industries in South Africa today? It's not finance, it's not public sector, it's not retail, it's not manufacturing, it's not telco, it's not mining. Just think about that. Just think about that, and I'll come back to you. But I want to get through some of the questionnaires that we have for our panel. Let me get to that. Okay, here we go. AI and data as growth drivers for equity and inclusion. You know, South Africa's AI adoption, just for your benefit, South Africa's AI adoption is 18% above the rest of the world, that's at 8%. But our readiness is at 2% because of lack of skills, infrastructure, people, technology. So my question to the panel is, AI and data as growth drivers for equity and inclusion. You know, the data is the new currency. AI is the new transformation vehicle. What do you think about that? How can we use this as growth drivers for equity and inclusion? What I want to do, guys, if any of you want to ready, I'm not going to call names. You just, when you feel this question is for you, go for it. Go for it.
Right, maybe, Rodney, thank you so much. My name is Lubabalo Gyanji. I'm the co-founder and director of a company called Devier. Devier means to deviate. It's a name we coined when we started, and I was fascinated about neuroscience, which is a study of the brain, and how what we understand and know today is all around our perception. And in order to grow and see things differently, you've got to deviate and change the way you see the world. So that's really where the name comes from. So it's Latin to deviate. And maybe back to the subject of readiness. I think Rodney is correct. I think over the past 20 years, the way that we've been consuming technology has been around infrastructure. We are net importers of tech. So all the big OEMs, they come to South Africa and come to the continent, and we buy their technology. And the obsession of buying technology has got us to this place. The capability, which is the human capital that is required to make digital transformation happen, is where we are lacking. And I think organizations across the board need to rethink how humans need to be at the center of this transformation. Mm-hmm. And what we really mean by that is that the state of readiness inside companies, you can talk about the big banks, the retail industries, how ready are they to really adopt artificial intelligence, be inclusive in the way that we do things? Are we building the right talent inside organization? How quickly are we scaling that talent? And for me, the challenge that I want to pose to organizations, today we have 40 plus unemployment in the country and 60% youth unemployment. Yet you go to a bank that has over 24 billion in IT spend, and they're spending it globally. What is the mismatch? What is that state of readiness? What is not happening? Mm-hmm. Why are we not building the pipeline? Mm-hmm. Then if you look on the other side, which on the supply side, you know, why are we not getting a lot of young people who are finishing tertiary absorbed in the workplace? And this is where we've got to find the match. And this is what we are doing as Devier. We are helping build talent infrastructure. Over the years, we've been building data centers. We are now continuing building data centers for AI. Yet, I think talent infrastructure, particularly digital talent infrastructure, needs to form part of the equation of how we need to rethink and remodel the state of readiness for AI. Because in the future, these worlds, or in fact now, these worlds are intertwined. Think of your data as the fuel that you put in the car. So if that fuel is not clean, you can't expect the engine to operate. So your AI model is not going to work properly.
Perfect.
Right?
Perfect.
So you can't expect that the vehicle is going to perform well. Now, when you talk cybersecurity and you try and put brakes on a vehicle that is not going well, this is going to be a disaster. So all of these worlds are intertwined, and we've got to rethink how we are training our young people in order to get into the workplace, the state of readiness for the workplace in terms of accelerating their own competitiveness has got to be remodeled entirely. So I think, Rodney, we've got to get into a room and understand both sides of the equation and begin to accelerate this acquisition of, I almost think of it as a muscle. Companies can't continue to buy technology. You've got to build your own muscle, which is a capability muscle. So
Absolutely.
that's, for me, is you've got to start with your state of readiness and around human beings and people.
Loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it. Before one of you, I see you have your hand raised. Skills is the only competitive advantage over the next person, company, or country. The educated skill force and the sharing of transfer of knowledge is the only global competitive long-term sustainable advantage over the next person, the next company, the next country. And hence what Lou was talking about, we need to be able to develop that muscle to be able to make sure it's not thrown in the infrastructure and it's not thrown in all of the networks. But let me afford some feedback. Just your name again, please, sir?
Lindelani.
Give me your nickname.
Linde.
Linda.
Yeah.
Linda's good.
Or Lindeski.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Share with us, man.
Yeah, I just want to maybe touch on what I think it's
Luba
Lone said about having digital infrastructure, but also going beyond that and having a capital infrastructure. And I think from my observation, especially from your keynote, I think most of the conversation is centered around fintech, what they call the sunrise industries. So me coming from mining, which is predominantly considered a sunset industry, especially coal, I think there's a lot of opportunity still in minerals and mining broadly. But the conversation seems to be shifting towards new tech, fintech, x-tech, agri-tech, and all those things. But I think one of the speakers mentioned that we've got the highest population dividend as Africa. Mm-hmm. We also have the highest minerals.
Yes.
So I think we cannot forget the conversation around mining.
Absolutely.
I think secondly, there is maybe a conversation around how do we then build the infrastructure to allow graduates to enter into the workplace. So there's many countries, I think there's 4 countries in Africa. It's Zambia, Mozambique, South Africa, as well as Nigeria, that have got innovation sandboxes. But those innovation sandboxes are also sort of biased towards the sunrise industries.
Gotcha.
So I think there also needs to be a conversation around how do we build these national innovation sandboxes. So a sandbox is essentially an environment where you can play, deploy models, train your data science models, all those things without necessarily having to pay for it. Somebody else pays for it on your behalf.
Gotcha.
And hopefully that person is government or sponsors.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Sophie, do you have any comments or feedback?
I do have a few comments, and I'm also going to out my organization here. I'll give you a little snippet. So, when we talk about development and training and AI in the workforce, so I come from NTT Data. So essentially, there's our product offering is technology solutions and AI. So imagine now you are in the workforce and we're selling all of these things, but we don't even know how to use it ourselves. That was like the major problem. And what we found, and the reason I can give you the snippet is I'm also doing a PhD and I used NTT as a case study. So I found out some really interesting problems that we had because we are client zero essentially. And then how do you upskill the workforce to be able to sell these products and also to use them internally? And the interesting thing is, I don't think anyone thinks about change management. So if you look at digital transformation, you also need to consider change management. We're so used to like Excel, for example.
Yes.
You don't always want to use the new AI tools because it's daunting. You have to start from scratch. You've got to learn. So in terms of the organization, we had obviously consultants, very clever people tell us, you need to start developing your talent. So we have to do AI certifications internally. And then we also are client zero for all those things we sell. And it's not as easy. It's quite disruptive in your workday. For example, I'm a lawyer, black and white, like paper, like highlighting. And now I have to use all these, innovative tools. And it does have a change management component here. So as much as it's buying, having infrastructure, buying technology, it's also changing perceptions. I think we also spoke about people being at the center of transformation.
Yes.
So change management is really important as well. And I think that graduates understand this so well. You don't have to do a lot of investment in change management with them. So there is a lot of potential for, learning from the graduates as well. Putting graduates in sophisticated teams with seniors, making a mix, and then you'll see how the culture changes. So that was one of the experiments we did.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Loving that, loving that. Graduates, and we're talking about the training and the skills and the transfer. When the youngsters are at university and you bring them out of their comfort zone of 3-4 years of studies and you put them into the workplace, suddenly there's a gap. They don't know, they cannot apply. It seems that the stuff they did back there on campus is not so much applicable in the real world. So there has to be crossing the chasm. You have to build the bridge. Hence, that's the reason we want companies to invite and open their doors and bring the youngsters in for their internships, for their workshops, for they take a girl child to school or to work or whatever. Use some of those stuff. In one of my other lives, I work with Professor Stella Bavuma at UJ, and there's called a Technopreneurship Center to ensure that we bridge the gap between academia and the real world. And that's what we were talking about in terms of those skills. Loving that, loving that. Okay, let me talk to our next one. Ethical governance. Now, obviously, this is now in your space. Here's the lawyers. Lawyer up. Ethical governance and cybersecurity frameworks for trust. Let me give you a little bit of background. As artificial intelligence continues to evolve, there are currently no specific laws in South Africa that directly regulate AI. Let me say it again, and I'm not a lawyer. There are currently no specific laws in South Africa that directly regulate AI. However, we have existing legislation such as the POPIA, the Competition Act, can impact how AI is used and developed. South Africa is also in the process of developing a national AI policy and regulatory framework with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies taking the lead. So the question is ethical governance and cybersecurity frameworks for trust. What do you think about that? I think I'm going to afford you the opportunity, seeing that you're the legal eagle, to share with us.
This is quite interesting. You put me in a very interesting situation because I'm a privacy lawyer as well. So data protection, obviously, very important to me, privacy, and then AI just consumes data. So from a trust and ethical standpoint and just the Africa perspective, in terms of the framework, it's all about enablement. I think we look at the EU AI Act, for example, and all the EU frameworks, and then we look at the states, and then so I'll give you a comparison. So Africa's framework, that was more on enablement and infrastructure and bringing AI into, specific sectors and the opportunity we have. The EU frameworks are all about risk-based approaches. So it's almost, it can actually be stifling to innovation because there's so many rules. It's, I think EU regulation is just really hectic in terms of the GDPR as well. Then we have the United States, and I don't know if anyone knows, but earlier this year, the president decided that he was going to change the NIST framework for AI. So that removes any reference to diversity and inclusion or bias. So then you think the EU is quite structured and rigid in terms of all the rules about processing data. The States is quite loose with that now, and then Africa is all about enablement. So our regulations are quite interesting in the sense that I don't think we are looking forward in terms of the rules-based or risk approach. It's more about how do we just get it into our ecosystem and what are the opportunities. Europe gives you a little bit of maturity. And obviously the States, I don't know that too well enough to speak about that one, but that's more free in terms of innovation. I know that we always say that, we have frameworks in Europe, in the Western countries, and they're not applicable to Africa. But the interesting thing is, that's a good foundation. What our framework, I think, is silent on is the governance process and the rules. As you mentioned, there's no dedicated regulation for AI, but we can take the foundations of the States and Europe and see how we can apply that to Africa, given that our focus is on enablement.
Beautiful, beautiful. Loving it. Any comments or any input from the two gentlemen?
Yeah, certainly. I think some of the statistics that you spoke about, if my son is 10 years old, in 2050, he'll be 35 years old. And we expect there'll be 2.5 billion people in Africa. Now, 40% of the world's working population will come from the continent. Today, we don't have a data center, an AI data center that houses our own data in Africa. All of the data center that we're building today are foreign data centers that are holding our own data. Think about that for a second. Now, if we continue in the next 10 years and the fast pace at which AI, so who uses any of the ChatGPT here? Who uses Copilot? Claude? Now, all of this data that we are feeding and pushing in, and we're getting to a point where we are asking it, and tell me what to do this morning, tell me my training. What do you think is going to happen in 10 years' time? What kind of advertising businesses are going to emerge out of this? And whose data are they going to use?
100%.
Now, you can sort of fast forward that and say the building of the housing of this data has to be thought through in terms of how we are building governance. The next layer of governance is the governance about the use of that data. Now, can you walk into a bank, you're a graduate, you've been using Claude, you come into the bank and you use the company data and put it on Claude? Why can't I do that? What's the problem with that? It's obviously it's a security risk because you're putting your client data at risk. You don't know where this data is going. So the big conversation is going to happen around what is it that we're building and for what purpose. So when you say I've built a large language model, do we have a large language model that understands who we are as Africans and unique to our context and protects our information, our data, and therefore we build our own governance? Now, it's very difficult, and you talked about 18% above the threshold in terms of adoption of AI. By the show of hands, everyone is using it. But we don't have the policy of how to use this much more efficiently. Companies need to get to the state of readiness of how do we adopt this? What rules do we apply? Yes, we want to get efficient. We want to move fast and be competitive. But what do we allow? What don't we allow?
Yes.
Because the reality is, yes, I'll let you. The reality is, if we use AI for bad things as a company and we don't have a policy, it will soon dictate the algorithm of the business. And it means the board of the company is outsourcing its responsibility to an algorithm. You cannot have a business that runs on algorithms that are not controlled, on data that we are using and using it for bad business.
Gotcha.
Right? Because today, how many of you receive these calls from Catrack? And it's a bot that is sitting and calling you and saying, I want to sell you something. How many of you receive those?
All the time.
Personal loans? Now, where do they get that information from? Who? And they give it to an agent AI to make random calls to everybody. Is that good business? Does it engender trust in engaging with an organization such as Catrack? Of course not. What then should be the solution? We can't just be a solution of security people monitoring. It's human beings that have got to configure and think about the efficient uses of AI, of how we're going to grow our businesses. So for me, this is a fundamental question that talks about how we build infrastructure, how we build capability, but ultimately how we service our customers. So we've got to think of this thing holistically. That's my vision.
I love that. Just before you say something, you had a comment?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to interject because you were speaking about building and rules, and I just wanted to know if anyone knows about concepts like privacy by design or security by design. And now it's everything by design. So there's compliance by design, but I'll talk about privacy by design, where it's when you are building your solution or your service, you don't think about privacy after the fact, you think about it while you're developing something. And the reason privacy is really important is because you've got principles related to ethical data use. So data minimization, only use the data that you absolutely need in your model. These privacy principles also include information security. So when you have if you follow these design principles, and maybe our architect can, also advise on this, but when you follow this design principle, then when you are starting your project, you already are thinking about all these ethical requirements, and then it's not something you bolt on at the end, and it's not an afterthought. So those are also really healthy practices, and that's available in every life cycle tool that you have. Product development life cycle tool.
Beautiful.
Yeah, maybe just my contribution there is...
Please do.
You mentioned that we don't have a national AI policy. Maybe just some context. I think President Trump signed the first AI framework in his first term, but the first flurry of investments, I think we started seeing them maybe just now in his second term. But I think what I want to say is this is not just something that is happening at a national level or federal level in their case. Even with businesses, we don't have AI policies, most businesses.
Yes.
Now, what do you do in the absence of a policy? So either you adopt a framework. A policy is something that is mandatory, it needs to be complied with, it's like law. But in the absence of law, you can still set frameworks, guidelines, to accelerate your adoption of AI in a responsible way. And I liked what my colleague said about security by design. So those standards exist, your NIST standards, your GDPR standards.
Yes.
And I think a very good example is before we had POPIA, we'd actually default to GDPR. GDPR, because it's obviously more, let's call it more stringent. So we don't necessarily have to wait for the policies. And I think what's important is, can we adopt certain guidelines? Can we learn from our partners? And I know the likes of Microsoft have what they call AI, let's call it AI ethics frameworks, where they talk about accuracy, fairness, biasness. And I think we can adopt those things and not necessarily wait for government. I think we know how we're South Africans, we know.
Absolutely.
So let's be practical about it, yeah.
Absolutely. Loving it. How are we doing for time? We have 5 minutes left. All right. We've only done 2 questions. It's such an interesting discussion. Listen, by the way, remember I told you earlier on, or I asked you, which do you think are the most targeted industries or vertical businesses in Mzansi, in South Africa today? Anybody? Say again? Spot on. That's one. Which is the other one? Come on, take a guess. Just think about it. It's not financial services. It's not public sector. It's not retail. It's not telco. It's not mining. It's not manufacturing. It's not SASA. No, it's not laboratory services. She already said healthcare. Let me take you out of a misery. It's healthcare and education. I'm not going to give you the third one because I think you will kick yourself if I tell you what it is. But the only reason why healthcare and education, data, the volumes of data. Data is the new currency. Hence, they're targeting that particular data. Let's move to our next question. Skills and retention, public-private partnership. Africa faces a severe shortage of skilled discussion, cybersecurity professionals with limited training program and resources. There's a positive trend in employee cybersecurity awareness training. By the way, it wasn't just yesterday, Cybersecurity Day. It was the whole month of October, Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So let's quickly talk about skills and retention. How do we build these public-private partnerships to make sure that the shortage that we have, because the students always ask, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? Let's talk about that for a minute. This is your passion and this is your thing. Come on, Duba.
Yeah, in fact, I'm born in the Eastern Cape, in a village called Engcobo. When I go home, I was telling a gentleman earlier, the level of education, given what I see when I'm here in Johannesburg, you'd really think and imagine that there is absolutely no future for the generation that we're sort of building. So the quality of education is so behind. If I look at the AI models that these companies are building, and you wonder to yourself, geez, the gap is just getting wider and wider. Then I walk into nice buildings in Sandton, and I walk into Sasol. Sasol spends close to 800 million a year on CSI. On one side, their IT division outsources 3 billion rand a year on IT. All of those skills are imported skills to a company somewhere in the East. Yet we are sitting with 60% unemployment. Inside the organization, they've got an IT division that is looking for DevOps people, web developers, cloud practitioners, cybersecurity engineers. They're looking for data analysts, data fabric engineers, AI engineers, NLP engineers, data scientists. And I think to myself, my goodness. And all of those roles are international roles. Now you can play this in the financial services. You can play it in the retail business. So the success of a company such as ShopRite, they've done amazing things in the digital space. But I want to challenge and say, how many young people form part of the pipeline? So inside the companies, the CSI guys are not talking to the guys that are in IT. The outsourcing team is not talking to, so we do training for young people in AI, data science, for fence line communities in Sasolburg, etc. Yet the skills that are needed in the business are the very people that you are training, but no, we'll go get them elsewhere.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a fundamental shift that is required around how organizations want to solve for this problem. It has to move beyond a tick box exercise and a BE conversation around skills. And unfortunately, if it makes you feel uneasy, this is what it has to take. Unfortunately, in South Africa, unemployment has a color. Unemployment has a color. And companies are not ready to have a conversation that skills is an investment. It's a competitive advantage. Having 1.5 billion people in Africa and all of them being young is not an advantage unless those people are trained and are productive and are producing an output. We are in trouble if we are not making a deliberate investment around our young people. This is a ticking time bomb.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So the private partnerships and the public partnerships, it has to move beyond government getting up on stage and saying we are going to train 1 million people. We are tired of it. We have to enforce millions of companies that are outsourcing millions of work. Let me come with a last example. Europe. I'm chatting to a company in Europe, which is a construction company. So what they're doing, they're moving the construction of a house into a factory environment to improve the efficiency in terms of how they're building. So they're bringing a lot of digital. Their biggest problem, amongst other costs, etc., is sustainability of their business. Why? The average age of the entire company is 58 years old. 58 years old. So in 6 years, 7 years' time, the entire company will be extinct. Yet, if I look at South Africa and the ages you were referring to, now imagine this. Fence line community outside here in Soweto, we can set a digital hub to do back office work for that company sitting in South Africa. We can do BI reports, SAP integration, web development, data lake management, all of these things that I'm talking about, because we have young people that are trained. They need to be connected to the global demand. So even if we had all of the companies hiring all of the unemployed people, we would still not close the gap. So we have to think about finding this opportunity globally. So my thinking is that we've got to have the cross-border lens of how we are connecting skills and building this pipeline for global export as well.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Loving it. I know he's passionate about it. This is his life. Come on, let's listen to you.
Yeah. Thanks so much for that. I think it was just over a week ago when I attended a session where they mentioned the problem of offshoring. I think the numbers are around 100,000 jobs that are being offshored, predominantly to India, Ukraine, as well as Pakistan. And I think what we definitely need to do is to firstly think about our education system. There was a report released, I think this week, talking about the conversion from varsity to employment per faculty.
Yes.
And I think the trend that I picked up there was obviously from your built environment, engineering environment, there's a high absorption of those graduates.
Yes.
But I want to maybe share an anecdotal experience.
Quickly, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So maybe to the youth that is not in the built environment, engineering, science, there's actually quite a lot of opportunity for those who come from different backgrounds, humanities. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of people who work in cybersecurity that didn't do science, didn't do maths, didn't do anything. But they just have a passion to learn.
Absolutely.
More than anything. So
absolutely,
it doesn't matter what your background is, whether you've got a college degree or not. It's all about, are you really willing to learn new skills, and are you really willing to bridge the gap between what the future demands and where we are now?
I'm loving it.
Thank you.
You know, there's Cape Town is our retail capital. Foschini Group, Clicks, ShopRite, Pick n Pay, Zonke, they're all there. JD Group, Edcon Group, they were all there. It was the textile capital of our country. The machinists, the factories were there. Then we had Temu and Shein, Agir. Then they killed that business. So those factories were standing empty. People lost their jobs. You know what's happening? They took and converted all those factories into call centers. Cape Town is now the hub for Africa or for certain parts of the world for business process outsourcing. So BPESA, so we do the call centers. So you walk into Salt River, that whole area, all those factories, call centers. You see the youngsters going in, going out at night, daytime, 24-hour rotation, and it's international companies that are utilizing South Africa as their hub for BPO. Why? Good English. We speak good English. Number 2, good cost. Number 3, well manners. We have good manners and we have empathy to be able to do that. So that is also some of the stuff that they're currently doing. I think we've overshot our time, but maybe is there a question or two that we have from the audience? We just want to maybe give you an opportunity. Please, you can, Madam Program Director, you can actually come. Okay, is there a question? Yes, sir. Let me tell you that. Does anybody want to guess? The third most targeted vertical in our country is legal. Law firms, you know why? Have you ever tried to buy a house? You know how many forms you fill in? And your ID, your passport, all those things, the deeds office, and also they have the lawyer's fees, the trust funds. So the data, what are they after? The data. That is the big important aspect. So it's education, health, and law firms. And what is the common thread? Data. Data is the new currency. Anybody else? Another question? Yes, ma'am? You only have one. Just one, please.
My biggest question is to Mr. Gyangi, Molo Jola. So, I hear that you were speaking on developing the digital talent infrastructure, which from hearing about it, it seems to target the younger generations and building the minds of the younger people so that they can take up the spaces that we want to actually take up. But now we are in a country of skilled people, unemployed youth with the education, but it seems sort of like leaving the older generations behind. So is there a certain way that we can bridge that gap? Do we phase them out, or do we have them as our leaders of this new technology? Because then now, if we have them as this new technology, they have to spend on learning it so that they can teach it to us. Whether, or you bring in an ethical question of, you have the young people who have the skills, you have the young people who have the education. Why don't we just phase out the older generations that don't know the specifics of what we are doing? And if we have data centers that we are building within our country as Africa, does it tie into politics in a sense that the kind of leadership and governance that we have in South Africa, they speak on the 5th IR and everything like that, but they don't necessarily, or we don't necessarily hear about the deliverables that they bring to this country. So now, how do we go about as the youth managing that type of, do we hold the government accountable, or do we start from the bottom up as the young people, as the students, and building what we're building going up and hoping and praying that the government can see what we are actually trying to build? Because
okay, I got it. We got it. That was I think I'd like the first capture that first one in terms of the youth and the youngsters and the aging workforce that we have.
So the first part, we have, so Devier has got a focus on youth. So we've got a youth campus. It's accelerating how we get young people trained and connecting them to the work and even the global opportunity. And we've done about 20,000 young people to date, and we continue to grow that base. And we've got a connecting platform. The much older folk like us, 20-year plus, Rodney has been. Yeah. This is critical contextual knowledge. I'll give you an example. We're working with the Public Investment Corporation, their biggest asset management business in Africa. We're deploying young people to transform the PIC. But what we are doing, we are pairing them up as squads and pods, working with high intelligence senior people because they bring the relevance and context. And that's what is required to really build the muscle I was talking about inside the bank. So that, for me, is critically important. So we've got to find a mechanism of how we pair the talent and build that talent infrastructure. Because you can't only work with young people, because some of the young people have never worked a day in their life. And for the first time, they are only working after COVID online.
Absolutely.
So we've got to manage that.
Loving it. Please, those questions, keep them. And when you have your breakout sessions, have the discussion. Let me just throw this one with you, the old people and the young people. You know, we have 1.5 million civil servants in this country, from the president to the janitor that actually cleans the garden in Tainis or in Pretoria. Each and every one of those civil servants has a unique personnel number. We have a system in government called PERSAL. It was written 48 years ago. It was written in natural Anabas. Now you, I'm at 2000, key Gen Zs, you know, the The new young ones. The Gen Alpha. You come in now, you say, oh, listen, I just finished my BSc Honours there at UJ or at Rhodes, and I'd like to actually modernize the legacy system for government. Then I say to you, please, can you modernize Persal? It was written 48 years ago. It's a natural adabas and in Afrikaans. Fat day. Okay, ma'am, I think we're done. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. You were an amazing audience. Thank you, sir, for stepping in. We really enjoyed your contribution. I know we overstepped our time, ma'am.
Look, it was a wonderful conversation. I think it was a necessary conversation. So thank you so much for your time and the inputs. And I think I want to touch on the Gen Alpha, Gen Zs, Millennials, and the, I don't want to call them prehistoric dinosaurs, because I'm also in, I know. Look, I'm a millennial, so I might as well be a dinosaur myself. But it's so important that, as you were saying, that there's institutional knowledge and there's guidance and there's information that is so necessary that the older generations in the workplace have. And there's a certain level of how to even work the system within any organization that you're in. And you can come in and be like, I know TikTok. Guys, we all have a TikTok account. We know how to dance in our own ways. However, there's the knowledge that you won't find in a textbook, that you won't find in a lecture room. It's in the conversations that you have with a 20-plus person who's worked in the organization, who knows how to fight certain battles that are not necessarily, on an email. There are those nuances that have to be there, but also understanding, as an older generation person in the workplace, there's the innovation and the conversations and the new insights that you'll get from a newer workforce that's coming in. So that it's a delicate balance, but it's so necessary to not even feel threatened that, there's a new generation coming in, there's an older generation. So we shouldn't be fighting each other. There's opportunities to collaborate and have to really work together. And I love the slight segue into our next session. But thank you so much to all of you. Really appreciate it. Group picture, please, before you run off.
All right. What do we need to do? Oh, just like this. Are we good? Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sasha.
Delegates are going to leave, so we're going to need a group picture with all the speakers just before they walk. I don't know
Okay.
how to do that. And
You're going to take it now?
we're also combining.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Right. Okay, last minute instructions there. So as we move into our next session, so we're going to combine it. Session 2 and Session 3. Session 2 is going to be Digital Inclusion and Accessibility in Corporate Strategy. Session 3, Collaborating for Skills and Digital Equity, Building a Future-Ready Digital Workforce. So because the time is doing very tricky things at the moment, we wanted to combine the sessions, and our two moderators are going to, I don't know how you're going to orchestrate this, but you're going to do it. I think it's going to be amazing. So I would like to call our first moderator, that is Kgaugelo Sebola. She's the Manager Director of CIO Monk. And our second moderator, thank you, Boipelo Soko, Recruitment Manager at Baker McKenzie, South Africa. And for the digital inclusion discussion, I would like to call upon Ritbato Madiba, the Executive Director of Maribe Pty Limited. And then also we've got Jason O'Reilly, Managing Director of Private Protocol. Then also we've got our moderators. I don't know if you want to split. Yeah, okay, perfect. I'd like to call upon Musa Tusi, the Board Director of Royal Science and Technology Park, Eswatini. Amazement Nemangungwane, Managing Director of Unfolding Capacity. And yeah, I think that is our people. Am I forgetting anybody? No. Okay. So how you remix the conversation, I'm excited to, but look. You can do it, we can do it. Right? And look, it's literally, you guys are discussing. You are the individuals that have been brought on. So flow, make it work. You got 20 minutes. It's not working. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gaugelo, and I'm the CIO Monk. Very privileged to come and moderate on this session of digital inclusion. A very important topic. It cuts across all the technologies, whether you're talking AI or any other technology. I actually had the privilege of interviewing the CIO of the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. And she shared us a research article that she came across around AI and how they are using AI to create specialized learning for children with autism. That got me quite excited and emotional. Myself, being a mother of an autistic child, it's always been so difficult to find the right school for him, and you know the expensive schools that you find, because it's so exclusive and not a lot of people can afford taking their children to really good schools that are on this spectrum. So just seeing another example of how if AI is used in the right way can really level the playing field. So before we start off, I wanted to share a word that I recently learned, and I thought this is very interesting. This word is called egalitarian. By definition, it's believing in or based on the principle that all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. It feels like an ideal, a North Star for a more just society. But what does it mean for a technology leader in the trenches? It means that every architectural decision, every vendor selection, and every line of code is a chance to build a more equitable world. It's asking not only is it scalable and secure, but is it inclusive and fair? An egalitarian mindset in tech is a practical campus. It guides us to build systems that empower and not exclude. It reminds us that our legacy won't be in the systems we maintain, but the opportunities we unlock. This is the mindset I hope that through our conversation this morning and going forward, we can intentionally cultivate. I'll take a few minutes to ask my panel to introduce themselves.
So I'm co-moderator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Wibila Soko, a recruitment manager at Baker McKenzie. I've been in the talent acquisition space here for over a decade now. I feel old in this room. So I think my concentration in our discussion really was about how do we get this workforce ready for the future as it is. How do we ensure that our organizations are ready to absorb you, skill you up? And I love the question that the young lady asked in the previous panel. How do we then ensure that we can absorb you in a way that is meaningful, share skills from those of us that are experienced in industry, and ensure that the conversation, especially for Africans, leads us in a way that we're not falling behind. I think it was touched on in the opening speeches that by 2030, the companies or organizations that will be moving forward are the ones that based on the skills of the future. For Africa, this is a big conversation because that's only in 5 years' time. When we're talking about 2030, sometimes it sounds like it's something that's like years away. That's in fact, I would even say 4 years' time because we're towards the end of 2025. And are we ready, and how do we realistically get ourselves ready? And then from the South African perspective, with all the issues that we have around, especially ethical leadership, how do we then ensure that the people that are coming up are ready to take this country forward, ready to then obviously lead that conversation from an African perspective. I'm going to pause there and allow the rest of the panel to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Rabat Madiba from Maribe. What do we do? Basically, we solve problems. So Maribe is an advisory practice, but we simplify. We like to say we come in after the McKinseys, the PwCs have given the corporates 500-page documents. We simplify. Then our coaching practice is basically we focus on strategic problem solving. So we flavor our consultant services with continuous improvement and actually also empower. So during execution, we actually empower the team, the customers, to also adopt tools to be able to make sure that they're able to execute. That's what we do.
Good morning. My name is Jason O'Reilly. I work for a company called Private Protocol. I've been in the cybersecurity space and information security space for about 24 years now. Yes, I was just told I was old, so I am the older workforce and I'm here to help. I think one of the key things that got me into this industry was when I see, firstly, there is two very key things that people need to understand. Information security, and thanks to Sasha for talking about that, is how do we protect, how do we govern, how do we manage, and how do we process, right? And that's not the part I'm worried about, because that cares about ethics, that cares about how we manage the information, who we make it available to, how does a company deal with information. I'm a cybersecurity expert. I care about what the hackers are doing. I care about how they're manipulating, how they're exploiting, and what they're going to do with that information. To Rodney's point, we care about the cybersecurity professionals, what techniques they use. So if you want to go into information security, go and learn all about the information and go and sit in legal and figure out how an organization manages that. If you want to come to the other side, come to cybersecurity, where we learn how the attackers are targeting our country, how they're targeting our organizations, because that is what differentiates us. So what do I do as a living is I challenge the way that our OEMs, I challenge the way that people protect themselves. We look at innovation. Back to Lubalelo's conversation earlier on, is we focus on how do we help Africa protect itself from cyber criminals abroad. There is no front door. The door's open. That's called the internet.
Hi. What do you say after that? Yeah, my name is Amazement, and I'm from Unfolding Capacity. I think I'm very much close to what Lubabalo does because I'm much more in leadership capacitation. And I think what I've observed through the years is that when you look at Africa, we are so good in being intellectual, you know. And one guy said it nicely, said that we are so good in winning arguments, but we fail when it comes to transforming our nations. We have this good IQ. We can compete. In fact, we are best employees, but we are poor employers. In that we can do well for a company, for an institution, but we hardly can dictate how things should be done in an African contextually relevant way. And I think that's where I come in. So in our line of work, we do a lot of training for leaders across Africa with Africa-centric views and work. And I think what I've just listened as well as Rinde was speaking was that we have ignored even the resources that we have, you know, because we are not employers, we're employees. We're trying to adjust to what the world is doing while neglecting what we have. I think if there's a statement that shocked me one time is when I was in a meeting and there was Prof. Mamokete Pakeng, and she said that every leader in the world, and I noticed even when we were speaking here, we kept giving reference to President Trump and different leaders, and we said every leader in the world comes in with a plan for Africa, except leaders of Africa itself. And I think, yeah, I hope that with this session we'll at least be able to work into. And you spoke of inclusion. I have a health background, and I worked a lot with children with disabilities and And I think it's where we need to find ourselves. How best can we develop together? But unfortunately, we are not even ready with the abled ones.
Thank you so much. I actually want to hop on to that Africa-centric leadership. You may see on my left here, I've got these 2 empty chairs. I asked for them. I have a quick story to share. I attended a CIO conference last year, and they had this guy that was presenting on leadership. He actually had a very unconventional style of presenting and his content. So he goes on to talk about Khoisan named Cobra, and he spent a lot of his time in the bush and in nature, and he was so wise. And he would go to him for advice, and every time they would have to make decisions, they would sit around the fire as a council. And so he would always insist that they have the 2 chairs in the center of the fire. And that would be to remind them of the unborn children, the unborn life, basically, that is not even here, that when we make decisions, we need to incorporate, we need to include in whatever decisions that we want to make. And as we know, leadership, it's all about responsible decision making. So as we deliberate this morning, let us think about the empty chairs and the impact of our decisions. Yes. Thank you. And then I will like to start off with Os Ratawo. I know a few days ago when we were prepping for our session, you talked about the fact that the future of digital must be about lifting others, and that was such a powerful lens. Can you start off by you elaborating on that? What did you mean?
No, thanks a lot. So it's a interesting story how I became attached to this principle about we rise by lifting others. I was offering my pro bono services to a church, doing that strategy, and funny enough, and I think it was a touching, at the end of the session, the priest prayed, and that was actually his prayer in terms of, sometimes you underestimate just the little things that you do to actually impart, when you are at a more privileged level, to actually impart the skills and the journeys for those that are actually coming behind you because they haven't had the exposure, the opportunity, and as the message from the prayer was exactly that, to continue to lift others as I rise. So it's always been something at my core. In terms of Maribe, even our model at Maribe, that's how we actually even partner. But I think for me, when we were prepping and thinking about it, it was about the task that we have, the challenge that we have. And I like what you brought in about everybody is designing and architecting for Africa except for the Africa. It's the same thing, right? How do we as African leaders continue to rise above, because we've got a big mission, right? I think Africa is one of the continents that's got the opportunity to expand in terms of transformation, in terms of acceleration, et cetera, But how do we rise? Number one, as you said, we've got talent, but how do we leverage on that to rise above? It was interesting to sit and listen to the previous panel. USA was quoted a lot. And I understand, right? Because that's where the forefront is. But when do we get to a position where our leaders are actually quoted in platforms like this as leading in this transformation, in this AI disruption? But I think more importantly, one of our challenge in Africa is that we've got a lot of people that are not part of the privilege, that are not part of the disruption. When I was preparing, I was trying to actually ask myself, what is the most remote place in Africa? And apparently it's the Namibian desert. So now listen, imagine if you are able to, in the Namibian desert, interact with an AI agent for more than 2 minutes. But imagine the design for that. We spoke about data centers. Imagine the technology. Imagine the accessibility in terms of actually having a Wi-Fi or even 3G, let alone 4G, 5G, in the middle of the Namibian desert. And I think for me is that how do we make sure that even when we design and architect, we don't actually design for a person in Joburg, but also consider even the remote place in Namibia.
Thank you. I'd like to bring this lifting as we rise concept to the whole group. In your respective areas, whether it be cybersecurity, we've been talking AI, digital transformation, what does digital inclusion look like? Is it about access? Is it about education? Is it about design? Is it something else completely?
So if I put my cybersecurity hat on, it's very simple. Because there are no walls protecting those that use this digital capability that we make available, it basically opens everybody, whether they are disabled, whether they are black, white, green, orange, doesn't matter. There is no face when a hacker is hacking. There is an IP address. That IP address, as Rodney highlighted, is ultimately it is to find the very data that they can then turn into currency. Now, in where we are, it's highly driven towards inclusiveness, because we want everybody to have access. We want to make sure that all this fintech being designed, all the agricultural capabilities, everything that we do as a country, everybody gets online. And the innovation is spectacular. Whether it's here or it's Israel or it's Sweden, or it doesn't matter. We want to be able to use it. The problem is the minute that you switch on that internet connection, the first thing we've got to consider, and Sasha's left, but she spoke about security by design, she spoke about privacy by design, is we've got to be thinking about what are the bad guys thinking the minute we switch on. Because it's not about who's behind it, it's about what they get access to. And I think we forget about that. Cybersecurity didn't have a seat at the executive table for many years. I was an insurance salesman. I sold insurance. I sold things that people didn't want to buy. Right? Today, that is not a luxury. That is a fundamental human right. Fortunately or unfortunately, which was highlighted earlier on, we are extremely dependent on government's policies, government's adoption. Starlink is a great example where we should be embarrassed. Sorry about my opinion. We should be embarrassed. We talk about the poorest of the poor. We talk about the most remote of remote. Yet we can't switch on Starlink. Because why? I'll tell you, corporate are governing. Profits are governing. We don't care about the communities. And I think that's what we need to be thinking about when it comes to opening this world, enabling this world, regardless of who's leading us. We've got to think about what the bad guys are doing. There's no discrimination when you're paying your rands and your cents or your naira or your kwacha there's no discrimination. I want your information, I want your data, and I want your money. And they don't care. There's no empathy, there's no consciousness. They're syndicated. They've got money. It's a $10 trillion industry. You give that some thought, and it starts to think about all of that inclusion we're talking about. We've got to start forcing policy. We've got to start forcing. Inclusion is great, I get it. But the minute you put a gun in a 3-year-old's hands, right? And we're saying, well, that's okay, right? But ethically, we know it's not. So we've got to think about that in the digital economy. When you take AI and you put it into somebody's hands that doesn't know how to drive the keyboard. Last thing, I caught America's supposed to be ahead of everybody, right? But I think in many cases we know that they're not. I caught a Senate conversation. There were 6 families being interviewed. Each and every one of those families, from the ages of 16 to 13, their children had committed suicide. Why? Because AI helped them do it. Something we're not even thinking about. So that senator's drive and his goal is to make sure that they empower parents to be able to sue those companies that allow their kids to access this information. Now we're talking about access. And then we're saying, well, let's switch on Starlink for everybody. We need to think. We need to sit back and we need to plant policy, rules, guidelines. I know it's deep, but that's where we go, right? That's where it is.
Do you want to add on, Amazement?
I think just one thing from what is said about access, right? So our company, we work with to remote areas as well. So we reach out to the rural, right? And the big question with access is that it's good, but I think that we need to engineer these things in our design as leadership, even in our country, in South Africa and the rest, to say, while we are making access available, the question we should ask is why? But why? Why do we need people to have access to this? Is it just so that we can say we have ticked the box that people have access to these resources? What does it mean? And that will inform what measures we then put in place to ensure that, we protect our children, we protect our communities, and we give them access that actually enables them rather than distract them. Because we see, you go to communities, kids are using some of these social media things, but they don't even know that inside those tools that they're using, there are tools that they can actually use to edify their level of education, to tutor themselves, to learn. But they have the tools. So, and the reason is that we have made access there, but we didn't ask, why are we making it available for them? And when we ask ourselves that question, then we'll then find a way to engineer what is accessible, how is it accessible, what measures do we put in place, how then do we monitor who accesses it in terms of age and all of that. I think we are less strict in South Africa, and we care less much about what actually is happening with our children and our communities and our most vulnerable people. Every day there are people being hacked, just WhatsApp hacking, and some losing their funds just because that they have access, but nobody asks the question, why?
Just a quick question from me leading on from that. I just want to take it a bit of a step back, and because I'm looking at the majority of the audience in here is youth, and we're talking about systems that they need to be able to engage with. I'll open it up to the floor here, but maybe starting with you as Amazement, based on the work that you do, what are some of the barriers that you're seeing, mindset barriers, leadership barriers that you're seeing with young Africans especially, that don't enable them to actually critically engage with digital opportunities? And then maybe to you too, how do we then dismantle that practically?
There are a lot, right? But I'm just going to say one that I've noticed. I think we're still much concentrated into the consumption than the creation mentality, where we just want to consume. We see ourselves as a consumer. I just want to find an app that will help me to get this and this done. But no one is thinking creation. And I think that's a serious barrier, because then we don't even look into the capabilities of what we are using. Instead, we just look into what can I get from it that is going to help me without actually adding value to it. I think we have so much intellect, so much capacity, but we are not using it in the right way because we don't push ourselves to say, can we be creators? And I think, in South Africa it's worse. We think creators, when we're referring to people who, influencers, if I can put it that way, people who actually take clips of themselves and do these things, and we look at those as creators, and we hardly ever look at people actually creating the thing at the background. Just a funny thing, this couple of weeks ago, we launched a program in EdTech, right, for schools to help with homework. And the issue is that it's in the piloting stage. The problem is that the teachers are happy that the kids are doing homework via WhatsApp and they can send it to them, but then they don't even know how to actually create that homework done. And no one is asking that. They're just like, yay, we don't have to stress about marking. But nobody's thinking about how does this actually happen? And this is where we need to get to. So I think just the mentality around it could actually solve a lot of problems.
Thank you. Okay. You want to comment there, Jason?
I think we need to help the youth understand it's not about likes and shares. When we talk about digital inclusion, it's not about social media applications. When I listen to what Lubabalo was talking about, it's skills. I mean, the amount of free training, the amount of free information that is available through the internet is startling. But it's all about quick money. And I think if we look at Africa, having just come back from Nigeria, that was an education, that's chaos. Coming back home was an absolute privilege. But I think the thing that we need to understand is that access to this information, and our youth need to understand it, is that you can educate yourself beyond with the access that is capable. And then you need to go and find organizations like Babalo's, and you need to use that in the most constructive way. Because even though you think Instagram's going to get you paid, it's not going to make you wiser. It's not going to help you. It's going to give you quick money. Whereas what we're saying now is we're talking about skills. We're talking about development. We're talking about thinking those that haven't been born before. So that for me is key.
So I think for my message to the youth is, and similar to my fellow panel members, is thought leadership, right? And I think it goes to the point of leveraging on, or the perception that, content leadership is based on followers, right? Thought leadership, how to become an expert, right? And you don't, maybe I'm privileged because I'm speaking from a position of wisdom, where I've journeyed 20 years, but I think the one thing that, I was engaging with a colleague that I hadn't met over 10 years, and he actually left me with a message, like, Roberto, I see these people, they go onto LinkedIn and they take pictures with ministers, you know what I mean? But they're missing the point of the opportunity on LinkedIn is to make sure that you bless somebody with that post, you know what I mean? So for me, it's about that thought leadership. Even when you leverage, I think one you're saying, the platforms are available to learn. Gemini, ChatGPT now can teach you most of what you need to know, which you would have taken 10 years now to know. Yes, there's issues there, obviously, but I think the principle of it is that accessibility to knowledge is there. I think the one thing for the youth is how do you take that and create yourself as a thought leader in your field. When we were outside, I was engaging with some of the members, the participants, most of them are in cybersecurity, and I asked them, do you know the half-life of a cybersecurity skill? Because I asked them, why are you in cybersecurity, right? And it's exactly that, like, so now you're journeying into cybersecurity, not to say that there's anything bad, but make sure that you are intentional in, what you want to do in your career in cybersecurity. One of the things you need to know is the half-life, right? I think it's 2.5 years, 3 years, right? Which means that by the time you graduate in a 4-year program, the world of cybersecurity would have changed, right? So just be intentional about, what are you doing? But more importantly, instead of also following the buzzwords and where everything is, calm down a bit, trust yourself, but more importantly, then try and be a thought leader in what you're doing. Because if you then put yourself out there as an expert, you will definitely then have the opportunity to then compete in the best of the best in terms of whether it's running a business or corporate, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you so much. Time flies when you're having fun. Can't believe we have to wrap it up. I don't know if we still have time to take questions before we close. Any hands? Cybersecurity is a very always exciting and interesting topic.
Can I add one thing? Just coming back to your point. In our industry, we have a meme that goes around on all of the relevant platforms. For someone like Rodney and myself, 24 years in the industry, I don't know how to code, and I'm never planning on figuring out how to code, which is good. But I think understanding the psychology of a hacker is more important. Now, if you're in cybersecurity today, I'm going to give you an idea. You're going to get skilled, you're going to go through the process, depending on the route you want to take. So be specific where you want to go. But it's going to take you probably, in order to become credible, to sit on panels, it's probably going to take you 8 to 10 years, right? And as cybersecurity evolves, you've got to keep yourself going. It takes a 16-year-old 20 minutes on ChatGPT to write a piece of code you would have never seen in your life, to take down airlines, to take down banks, to systematically be an application in an organization and for them not to function. 20 minutes, you're spending 10 years. So give yourself a thought, and I love what you've just said. When you're in cybersecurity, be deliberate. You've got to think like the hacker. You've got to understand what you're thinking about, because there is a process. 20 minutes to take down some of the largest organizations we know in the world who've got some of the most cleverest people when it comes to cyber. That's food for thought. It doesn't mean going to the bad place. You know, I've often considered it, maybe working for the dark side is easier than working for the defenders. There's more money there, but there's a little bit more risk. So again, but be deliberate in your thinking. Understand what the hackers are trying to achieve. Know what you're trying to do. If you want to go and configure a firewall, rethink. I'd rather go into education. You've got to be deliberate. Cybersecurity is not for the faint-hearted, but you can be in a job for 15, 20 years, and you can still be configuring a firewall. You have to do the research, you have to stay ahead, and you have to get educated.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for your attention.
Thank you to our panelists. If you can just stay on stage for 2 seconds so that we can take our photo. Waitumela, photo. Yes, please, do stand. And I do ask that for our panelists, when you come up and grab the microphone off the stand, please do put it back once you are done. Philip did whisper in my ear that the cost implications of a broken microphone are an organ donation. Perfect. Thank you so much. How's everybody doing so far? Are you still good? It's a good session? It is you. Next, you stay. Thank you so much for our session. I am going to ask Roberta to stay. She has a workshop session she's got planned for us now. Roberta, you do see you have got a countdown climber over there. 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes, girl. Make it good.
How is everybody? Come on, guys. I know it's a Saturday, but I mean, the conversations that are going on here, I haven't heard that excitement, eh? I know we're talking deep stuff. So, guys, I've got 20 minutes, and I started wondering, okay, what is it that I would like to share and impart in 20 minutes? There's so much conversation around digital, AI, cybersecurity, digital inclusion. So I thought maybe let me make it lighter. Let us talk about a tool. So at Maribe, like I said, we focus on continuous improvement. So I brought in a tool, a very simple tool called 5 Ws and 1 H. Has anybody heard about that? You have? Who's? Yep. Right? What is that? What is the 5W and 1H? Exactly. All right. So one of the things that I started looking at in understanding AI is where are we going as an organization? And the thing that came to mind, I think August, MIT broke the AI world, released some study which made everybody scared. But basically what they were saying is that where the companies are investing now, out of 100 projects, only 5 are realizing the benefits, 95 are a disaster, right? So it made me think, right? We're talking about AI, we're talking about digital transformation. What is it that we need to do as we continue to journey into AI? And one of the things I just thought about is maybe how can we, one, understand AI more, right? So the MIT said, in businesses, investment that goes in, 95% of that investment is failing, right? So for me, I was asking myself, oh, actually there's now enterprise AI and consumer AI. I didn't know that before, but funny enough, we use AI every day, right? But I actually haven't sat and actually thought, what does AI look like actually in a business? Because we're so boggled down with Lovable, with Gemini. Give me some more, guys. So many. You can see, right? You can see with Claude. We can see, I mean, some of them I didn't even know. But the interesting thing is that the ones that are in our face are more consumer AI tools that we actually engage with. But the biggest challenge is actually, I think somebody spoke about Cecil. The biggest challenge is actually Cecil itself being able to create, define an AI strategy that actually allows them to succeed and not become the 95%. Then I went in a bit deeper and I said, okay, where are these 95% failing? One of the things I started understanding is that a lot of investment is going into non-core businesses in a corporate, right? So if I'm a mining, because mining processes are so complicated, and I'm a CIO, or a CTO, a transformation officer, and I'm instructed by a board to drive a strategy in AI, the first thing that I'll do is go where? Support services, the easier places. Now the challenge with implementing in the support services, basically in a business, you have what a mining company would have, what they call support services, finance, supply chain, HR, legal. Then they'll have what they call the core processes, which is basically in the mining process, right? Extraction, I don't know what else you do, mining, etc., engineering, etc. So one of the things I started understanding is actually now investment in AI. Reason why businesses are failing is because they're actually adopting them in functions that are actually not the core, which means that ROI naturally would actually be low, right? Next thing I wanted to understand basically is why are they failing? Hence why we're gonna link to actually the 5 W's and 1 H, right? Why are they failing is because of the fact that one, like I said, we've given an instruction, implement AI because everybody's talking about AI. We don't take time to actually understand why are we actually implementing AI. We rush to the how, right? We rush to the how because I've been giving an instruction by a board. AI is technology. Let us go and then engage with the OEMs, SAP, Microsoft. They come in with a biased view, wanting to make sure that they sell to us. Then as a business, I put in this tool into my organization, put it in the wrong functions, and I end up at the 95%, basically. So I thought, okay, Fetsi, I've got 20 minutes. We know that there's, like all other transformations, whether it's cloud, whether it's data, we haven't been successful as technology people, as technocrats in the business world to make sure that the people in the business realize value of the investments that are actually made. In cyber, for example, there's a lot of AI tools, but if you want to really think about it, how much advantage in a business, not in a technology company, not in an OEM, in a proper business, how much transformation has actually happened where we start successfully leveraging on AI technologies. So I think for me, it brings me back to business analysis days, right? Or project management days, where the core of it, before rushing into the technology side, how do we spend time to just understand why are we actually doing this? We do understand that we have to do it because, one, the world, the industry, it's a trend. AI is a trend. But I don't know if actually we as technocrats, as executives, as leadership, even as an analyst in the business, has actually spent time to understand the why. So I thought, you know what? Let us basically look at a simple tool that we can adopt, right? To help you look at a why, right? So what I'd like you to do is take out your phones. We're now going to apply the 5W1H. As one of the colleagues said, 5W is basically who, what, where, when, why, right? Simple questions that forces us to ask ourselves, who is actually going to use AI? What is the problem we're actually solving about AI? Where are we actually implementing AI? When do we actually implement AI? When do we trigger an AI agent? For example, why are we actually doing this? Is it because it's an instruction, or we actually spend time to really, really understand why are we actually doing it? And sometimes you actually find that you don't actually need to implement, but we tend to invest a lot in rushing and keeping up with the Joneses of technology, and rushing and investing and implementing things that are actually not ready for us, right? And then lastly, how are we actually going to do it? So you find that a lot of us being engineers, we focus a lot and rush to the how, but we don't take time to actually understand the other questions, right? Who, what, where, when, and why. And actually this principle, you can use it in any scenario, right? What we then constructed is with those questions, you can actually create a statement, right? That actually makes you understand the purpose, makes you understand the justification. All I'm just saying is that before you then rush into it, just take 5 minutes and ask yourself the 6 questions, and then create it into a chart or a statement. And at the end of the day, what we're just saying, think twice and actually step back and actually then ask yourself, do you still want to go ahead and implement AI, or do you want to rethink the approach to make sure that you don't fall into that 95%? All right, we're going to then do an activity. Like I said, I'm going to put a QR code. You can download the information. But basically, like I said, is the who, is the identifying the exact user, is the where, identifying, like I said, the integration points of AI in the business. So now we're going a little bit deeper down. In the what, we're then saying what are the specific contexts of AI do we need to consider in our business. The when is basically, like I said, when do we trigger? Is it an automatic AI? Is it one that requires, manual intervention, etc., etc.? The why, I think, for me is the most important. What defines the real ROI? What is that measurable P&L impact? And like I said, how? What does that deployment approach look like? All right, guys, I'll ask you to take out your phones. We're now going to practice. I know I gave you a crash course of the 5Ws1H. I'll ask you to use the QR code on the right. It's basically a quick app. What we're going to do, we're going to learn the 5Ws1H, but we're actually going to practice it using the concept of the Fetsi Digital Summit, right? Because when you got up this morning, left your comfortable homes and came here, there was a reason why, right? The effort that Butumelo put to actually create this wonderful platform to engage, to make sure that knowledge is accessible to everyone, we're actually gonna then design a business case for Butumelo, right? So the first question, did you manage, guys? With the QR code? Are you there? Oh, guys, am I talking to myself? Are we there? All right, what's the first question you're getting? Oh, is it why? All right, let's answer for Butumelo. Why? Why did Butumelo actually decide and everybody else decide to participate in Fetsi? Jot in your answer there. When you're done, you can move to the next. Then if we can have some floating mics, because we want people to let Bitumelo know what her business case is. Are you on the next question? What's question number 2? What? Is it what? All right. Question number 2 is about what? What is about the conversation today? What are we talking about today? What are we deep diving today? Etc. It's all about the what, right? Define what the project will actually do and deliver. When you left this morning, what did you want to get out of today? What's next, guys, after that? Where are we, guys? Who? Are we at who? Describe yourself. Who's attending today? We've got experts, we've got graduates, we've got trainees, we've got policymakers, I think. We've got executives. We've got millennials. And after that, the next question, where are we today? Is everybody at where? All right, after that, when? When is it happening? I think the session that are up, and maybe you can also select the sessions when they are happening, the ones that you really don't want to miss. I think I had identified the keynote that I definitely did not want to miss. The last one, the last question, how, right? Does anybody want to share their statement? Anybody ready to share their statement? If you scroll to the top, it will then summarize your statement. Anyone? Anyone bold enough, guys? No one? If you scroll to the top, it will then summarize your statement there. Did anybody win? Anyone? Who's bold enough to read it? Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So if you're actually pitching for Rodney, trying to ask for investment for Fetsi Digital Summit, what would you say?
My statement is very brief. It exposes my answers. Okay, it says our purpose is to serve people in industry, students, and policymakers in Sandton, Johannesburg who struggle with tech inclusion and accessibility. Our project provides a keynote and panel discussions to deliver this by keynote sessions because our aim is to educate and engage on issues about technology as a driving force.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's one at the back. All right, I've got 4 minutes, guys.
So the purpose statement I got is, our purpose is to serve cybersecurity professionals, students, and industry experts in the Rosebank Union Church who struggle with AI, cybersecurity, and web development. Our project provides keynotes, panel discussions, workshops to deliver by Cybersecurity, AI, and Tech Summit, because our aim is to inform, educate, and participate in a networking and tech experience in the driving force.
Wow, thank you, thank you. So guys, that is my time with you. All I wanted to just say is they're simplified, unless, oh, you want to, oh, we've got one more. Unless we've got more, we've got 3 minutes, guys, but my job is done.
Can you hear me? Our purpose is to serve the training and development in today's session. And we would like to know from all the companies that are here, how are you planning to develop the skills that is here from the YPTs? We actually have seen the systems and everything that is aligned with IT, and we would like all the companies and the leaders that are here to actually plan and collaborate as embarking and searching the engineering faculty that has absorbed all their skills every time. So how do we compare and absorb our skills in ICT?
Was that a question or your statement? Statement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody else, guys? Are we good? I've got 2 minutes. So guys, I just wanted to make it lighter, to just give you a view of what continuous improvement problem solving is, right? It's just common sense put upside down. And just wanted, in the midst of us talking about AI, talking about, digital inclusion, talking about digital transformation, which are serious topics, advanced topics for some obviously are not as advanced. Those that are at the forefront of it, they've spent time. One of the things I've been asking myself to do, I just haven't found time, is to understand the value chain of AI. Because once I understand the value chain of AI, I'll know where I fit in, right? Because we tend to listen to people that have different intentions of the AI journey, and we tend to rush, right? Because everybody, OpenAI is rushing, Microsoft is rushing, NVIDIA is rushing, we are trying to rush, just to understand where do I fit in, because when I know where I fit in, I'll also know the right business case and the right statement that I need to do to define what AI actually means for me. Thank you very much. I gave you a minute back, eh?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Working under pressure. All right, thank you. That was a great session. How does everybody feel about that session? Did you enjoy it? Awesome. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Roberto. Yes, we're going to do a group photo. Can I please ask all of my speakers for today, if they can please come up on stage. I know some of you need to slip away at some point. If you can please all just come up and we can take a group photo before we continue with the next session. All of our speakers, don't be shy. Come on up. Thank you. I've seen a few of them milling around. Let me go grab them as well. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to our next session. So we're going to continue with the route that we've been going of combining sessions and see how our moderators handle all of that and our speakers. So I would like to call upon our two moderators for session 4 and 5 combined. It will be Vibhashni Naidu. She's the Chief Data Scientist at SARS. And also Jason O'Reilly. I'd like to call him back as well. The conversations are going to be across industry disruption and smart infrastructure transforming SA sectors, and then also breaking barriers to emerging digital careers, funding, inclusion, and accessible solutions. And I'd like to invite Lindelani Matumba, Principal Enterprise Architect for Exaro, Dr. Murendeni Lipadzi, Director, Built Environment Innovative Network, and then also Someleze Diko, apologies, Cloud Advocate at Microsoft, Conrad Ndlovu, Pre-Incubation Consultant, Jabulani Sarila, Executive Director at Etuhuku Pty Limited, Tabang Mkuma, Technical Advisor for IR at MICT CETA, and Mweketsi Goahela from Y20 South Africa 2025, co-chair G20. Thank you very much. What? There's one chair missing. If our team can assist with us. Otherwise, so if you don't mind taking the high chair. Perfect. And then we'll be using the microphones. So our moderators, you'll be sharing a mic. Or unless you want to stand at the podium, if that makes it easier. That's not too nice, but I know what you mean.
Can everyone hear us? Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a bit awkward because we're standing a little bit behind our panelists, but you'll forgive us because I think the rich conversation that's going to come out of here will be worth the awkwardness. We hope.
Unless we share a microphone. Do you mind sharing? So you can walk and talk.
Okay, this makes it a bit better. Okay, I think since we are also co-moderating, we will share the mic and the questions because we've prepared for our separate sections as well. Okay, awesome. So I'm Vibhashni Naidu. I'm the Chief Data Scientist of the place most people hate, which is SARS. And yes, but I'm here in my personal capacity, so don't hate me too much. We only want good vibes today, everyone, please. Okay, so I'm going to just hand over to my co-moderator, and then we'll ask the panel.
I've been very fortunate to introduce myself, and I don't work for ESCOM, so you're okay. But yeah, I mean, again, Jason O'Reilly, I work for Private Protocol in the information security space and the cybersecurity space.
Awesome. So if our panel can just take a moment to introduce themselves, just briefly, please, because we're also trying to keep to time.
Is it? Oh, perfect.
Okay, I can go first. If that's okay. Sure. Oh, you're starting that side. No, I thought there was a little bit of lapse in. Okay.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mweketsi Kwahela, and I serve as the co-chair for the Y20 South Africa 2025, and we are the youth engagement group of the G20. In the name of Inclusion Program Directors, for those of you who can't see me, because I've noted that we do have people living with different able-bodied here. I am slightly tall, I think. I'm wearing brown pants, white shoes, a brown jersey, and yeah, my hair is black and I wear glasses. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody here, all the participants. My name is Tabang Mkuma. I'm the technical advisor for 4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution, at the MICT CETA, fully abbreviated as the Media, Information, Communications, Technology Sector Education Training Authority. As you might know, the issue of skills has been heavily emphasized in this room, and maybe that's why I'm part of this session, to provide insights and information about how we are trying to break these barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. This is Jablan Sarila. I'm an executive director at Just a Chance. As its name suggests, we are giving a chance in a form of skills development. Yeah. So we focus on tech, data science, software development, and so forth. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Conrad Ndobu from DVA. I head up the Entrepreneurship Hub there, where we are looking to introduce tech entrepreneurship to townships and rural areas. Thank you.
Morning again. The name is Rindrani Matumba. I'm a principal architect at Exar Resources. However, I am here on my own personal capacity, so whatever I say shall and will not be used against me. So my role is, like I said, principal architecture, building roadmaps, looking after different domains, data, AI, cybersecurity. My background is in metallurgy. I made the transition into IT 5 years ago. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Somele Zetigo. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft. So when I say advocate, I don't mean on the side of legal. I'm a cloud advocate, so I advocate for the cloud. But my main focus at Microsoft is around data, so I'm part of the data advocacy team, which is a global team at Microsoft.
Yes, my role here is more of an innovative strategist. I'm also co-supporting the event. So I'm from the Built Environment Innovative Network, as you can see at the supporting of this event. So what you see there is more or less what we've done over time has been training and development of virtual reality in the built environment space. So those are more or less the activities we've done, whereby we're able to train construction professionals to be able to do inspection plans, maintenance schedules, using virtual reality. I am Renden Lipati. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So for me, AI has been around for a long time. Actually, the terminology started in the 1950s, right? And it was actually meant to be provocative. It was to get funding from the US government. They thought, okay, what's a big scary word we can use? Artificial intelligence. And that was how they got funding, right? So it's been around for a long time, but also we've been using it for a long time. I feel as though the world's kind of just caught up to what a lot of us have been working in for more than a decade for me. So I feel even older, but we've been doing it for ages. I think the step change was now putting it in the hands of the user and allowing people to be able to build very quickly with a tool at their disposal. So I have a question for the panelists. It was, and it's going to be new for the panelists who were in the other panel, but I'd like if you could share maybe one example of how technologies like AI, data analytics, IoT, or cybersecurity, even automation, has really disrupted your industry. So feel free to, whoever this question resonates with, to answer the question. But I think it's very important that people, the audience, hear from this cross-industry group of people.
I'll speak within my context. So I help young entrepreneurs that come from our programs to build tech startups. So we focus mainly on building platforms tailored for solving township problems. So you'd find that traditionally to build a platform, it would take you about 6 months to a year. So what AI or the AI tools have done for us, we are able to ship out a product in like 2 months to 3 months. So we get to save time, save financial resources as well. So that's how we've been able to fully maximize the tool in building our products.
Coming from the question itself, so I'm in the built environment. So I think one of the recent contexts on IoT, it was projects where we have sensors to be able to determine the indoor air quality of our environment. So we had to use a lot of IoT tools on that. And I think also towards how you develop your cloud computing. So there's few projects where you would have to develop your dashboards to assist SMEs. And I think given the context of challenges we have in the contracting space, small, medium enterprises, those dashboards that can assist them towards developing their businesses, understanding all the environments that are happening within their business, from a code level, from a spreads level in relation to the construction industry. And I think also in the context of digital inclusion, I think it also goes to training and development. Apart from its implementation, I think the challenges we have are not only centered around implementation. I think they're also centered around the people who are supposed to use these particular technologies equipped, given the data costs that are there. So I think it's one element which, as part of the context we are in, it could be banking or the construction industry, it's important to have that covered as well before its implementation. Thank you.
Okay, so I think for me, coming from a mining background, safety for us is a very important thing. So safety is not just a compliance thing, but it's really at the heartbeat of operations. So some of the work that we've been doing, which I think cuts right across IoT, AI, automation, robotics, is in the safety space, specifically around our trackless mobile machinery, so the big trucks you see moving around. So we have what we call a collision avoidance system. Essentially, you're trying to prevent unintended vehicle-to-vehicle interactions, in other words, crashes. You also want to manage fatigue for your drivers. And how we do this is basically very similar to how Uber has those cameras in some of the vehicles. I don't know if it's the X or the Black. But essentially what we do there is we try to analyze, let's call it driver behavior, facial recognition. Are they blinking as often as they should? Is it showing signs of fatigue? And all that is done through streaming telemetry using IoT infrastructure. Now, whether you want to call it AI or not, if I blink 30 times a minute, I mean, you could make a decision to say whether there's signs of fatigue or not. And I think what's also important and relevant to, I think especially the youth, is the kinds of technologies that are being used for, let's call it collision avoidance systems. So there's a field called embedded software engineering. So this is where you deal with a lot of hardware, C++, very low level languages. And I think with generative AI, we have the opportunity now to have those technologies, those programming languages I think somebody was talking about ABAP. I don't even know what ABAP is. There's COBOL, all those things. So I was born after that. But I think with Gen AI, we all have the opportunity to access these difficult languages such as your C++ and add value to let's call it IoT and also just mining safety. Yeah.
Any other takers before we move to the next question?
Awesome. And thank you for those answers. I appreciate it. So one of the core things I think that we know about youth, and I think with some of the key panelists, you're actively engaged with this, is around funding. It's around that inclusion and being accessible to relevant solutions or organizations. Some of the key things that obviously our youth struggle with, and I think you're pretty much all engaged with that. But there are a couple of questions, and there's 25 questions for each panelist. I'm only kidding. But I think at any time that we get people who are actively engaged with some of those core projects, it's great to talk to. What would be great is that I'm going to target just one or two conversations initially. But Sumalizi, thank you for joining us from Microsoft. We appreciate that. How do you feel about the AWS outage? I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. But one of the key, I had to joke about that. I mean, you can't not, right? So one of the key things, I think, from a Microsoft perspective, there's a lot of focus and there's a lot of development and advocacy. One of the key questions is Microsoft has built such a great platform and a great footprint on the African continent. Government are using you left, right, and center, and they're moaning, but it's fine. It's doing well. But some of the key things, specifically in the cloud and the AI advocacy space, the question is what personal systemic barriers did Microsoft face, if you've got that information, on trying to get that into the Southern African context, all the way from a government perspective through down to the small to medium businesses?
Okay, so that's a great question. But firstly, the AWS stuff, let's leave it on the side. I sympathize with them. We had a similar outage earlier this year in January, so I sympathize. So to your question, being in the cloud and AI advocacy space, how Microsoft has tried to get into the African continent, what they've tried to do, they've tried to place people like myself in the continent. Like, for example, you'll have cloud advocates that are in South Africa, cloud advocates that are in Nigeria, cloud advocates that are in Kenya, to try and have a conversation with some of our customers that we have, but also some of our potential customers that may come in future. So our role as cloud advocates is to try and showcase the power of these tools that Microsoft has to offer. And what I mean by that, it's not in the context of sales. I think majority of people in this room, I think, I don't want to say prehistoric dinosaurs here, but majority of the old people in this room have probably interacted with Microsoft from a sales perspective. And from a sales perspective, it's just someone trying to sell you the product, and they don't necessarily care about the context of what you're trying to do or achieve as an organization. So that's where, as cloud advocates, we come into that position where we try to make sure that we show you the value of, let's say you want to implement Copilot for your organization. How does that look like? You don't just take Copilot and you say, here's a shiny thing, you implement it within the organization, and you don't understand the context, and then we leave you high and dry, where you have to figure out what it means for your organization. So as a cloud advocate, what we try to do is to show you the practical way of doing things and say, this is how it would look like for your organization, and have this conversation and say, hey, this is how you can use Microsoft Fabric, or you could use Microsoft 365 Copilot, or use Microsoft Power Platform to automate some of the processes. And these are the examples that you can use to reference, to look into, and not just say, here's Power Automate, implement it in the organization. So they've placed, at Microsoft, they've placed a lot of cloud advocates in the continent and try to make sure that we advocate in a way for Microsoft tools and technologies depending on the one that we are actually focused on. And even for small businesses as well, we do have that conversation, but obviously we try to understand that some of the technologies may not be available for small businesses. Majority of the time, Microsoft is talking about enterprises, but we try to showcase solutions even for small businesses, and this is through cloud advocacy as well.
Awesome, thank you. Do you want to ask another question?
Maybe some of the speakers have not spoken.
No, 100%. So, I mean, we got some great speakers, and I think I'm just cognizant of time. Tabang, I have to talk to you. One of the key things we've seen, and this is just from my own personal experiences, when the president first started talking about 4IR, I had to go and Google what was 4IR, right? Because I missed the first 3. But I think what is key, and the fact that you're a technical advisor and you work for the MICT CETA, you perform such a phenomenal change agent into the South African economy. So let me see if I can try and get these 4 questions into one. What gaps do you see and challenges do you see in the inclusion, the adoption, and most importantly, the most underserved communities out there? How do we potentially also try and transform and get that to obviously being adopted far more aggressively?
Sure. Thank you. I'll just try and answer it holistically, covering other aspects that I think is beneficial for the participants here. You spoke about the president when we as a country were starting to embrace the 4th Industrial Revolution. He then commissioned a commission, which is known as the PC4IR, Presidential Commission on 4IR, to develop some of recommendations that will help us as a nation not to just become a consumer of these technologies that are presented by the 4th Industrial Revolution, but ensure that we lead and participate in this current era that we find ourselves. One of the first, and I think the most important recommendation that came out of that report was we as a country need to invest in human capital, which of course speaks to the skill. So just back then in 2019, towards 2020, we wrote to the Department of Higher Education, because you would understand that we're CETA that is mandated to develop skills within the media and ICT space. We then wrote to the department to then ask for establishment of a standalone 4IR division, which would lead in terms of 4IR skills development initiative across the country. Our mandate, of course, was to lead in 4IR skills development for the current workforce and those who want to go into the workforce, in a sense. That would be speaking to our students and alike. We developed a strategy which is called the Integrated Digital Skills Strategy, which complements or integrates what is known as the National Future and Digital Skills Strategy, which guides South Africa's overall implementation of future and digital skills. Core to that integrated digital skills strategy was that we needed to make sure that we include each and everybody and leave no one behind. An objective, at least one of the key objectives in that strategy, was to ensure that we equip young people in rural areas and in township areas with at least one 4IR skill, in a sense. And we've then, over the years, become very intentional as to where we develop our 4IR skills initiatives, in a sense, where we directly and intentionally roll out skills development initiatives in rural areas such as the Agincourt of this world, the Namakwa land of this world, where you would understand, if you've ever been to Namakwa land, you literally fly there to Uppington and drive another 4 to 5 hours. That's how far it is, in a sense. This, of course, aims to bridge the digital skills gap that exists, but also bridge the digital divide, in a sense. We've worked not only with SMMEs and private sector companies, but we made sure that we also work with the academia. We then developed what is known, or adopted, a model which is known as the triple helix model, which ensures that we foster innovation through these various parties, which is government, private sector, as well as academia. You would know, ladies and gentlemen, that over the past years, we've been skilling our young people into unemployment. It's a standard fact. 60% of those young people that are unemployed include graduates. We were told as we were young that we need to go to university and study. Companies will be fighting for us, but it's the other way around. We're fighting for companies. Most young people are seated at home. Then that, as a 4IR division within the MICT CETA, really prompted us to rethink how we roll out our skills development initiative. We shouldn't be training young people into unemployment. We should also, one of the speakers spoke about innovation. Innovation is very key in terms of economic development, because once we give a young people a skill, then we equip them with the capability to actually be able to innovate. And this is how we've been implementing our programs throughout the country, nationwide, creating young entrepreneurs, because we understand that not all of them, even if we skill them, might not be able to secure a job. But you know, when you create an innovator, and an innovator stands a chance to become an entrepreneur is likely to employ other people, which then is another way or method of actually trying to really deal with this conundrum of unemployment, in a sense. To date, we've actually developed over 57 occupational qualifications that speak to 4IR. AI, cybersecurity, and the likes. I can count all 57 of them and counting, to ensure that the skills that we are equipping these young people are actually in demand and skills that are really relevant in the labor market, in a sense. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Well done. How are we doing for time? We've got some really, really good people here that have got some really valuable information to share, but maybe let's just close out with one last question, and let's get your point of view from everybody on the panel. Is what advice would you give to any young African trying to break into tech, but who feels the odds are stacked against them?
I can take that, if that's fine. So my advice is not a one-size-fits-all, really, but on a personal perspective, I would say this. If you're trying to break into tech, just make sure that you have a few of your foundations down to the T. So, I mean, if you've gotten to university or college, try to make sure that you add personal projects on top of that, like what you're building. And when I say personal projects, those personal projects are not just projects. They may be projects for fun, but try to build something that solves a problem. And then once you have that down, make sure that you're advocating for yourself. Yes, I am a cloud advocate at Microsoft, but make sure that you're advocating for yourself. So we spoke about social media earlier on. Let's not just use social media to do dances on TikTok. Yes, that's fun, but make sure that you are sharing what you're building. You're sharing that on LinkedIn, using LinkedIn as an opportunity. Now, don't just post pictures for the sake of it, but post something with intention that you are making sure that you're putting yourself out there. And then on top of that, just make sure that you come to events like this. And when you come to events like this, you are coming here to network, but also put it upon yourself to make sure that you are one of the people that are sitting in a panel, or you are doing a demonstration in front of people. That thing will then solidify you with your projects. It will solidify you with your network that you're trying to build online and offline. Yes, there's a network on LinkedIn, but also there's a network in person, because you're going to connect with people much more better. The last thing that I want you to make sure that you work on, if you are veering into tech, just make sure that you work on your soft skills. When I say soft skills, I'm talking about sitting in front of people and having a conversation with them, talking to them about what you're building. You are presenting your project, because you could be breaking into tech, whether you want to work for Microsoft or AWS or any of the other tech companies, or you want to make sure that you build your own startup. You have to make sure that you are communicating the value of what you are bringing to the table to that company or for your company, and you're talking to potential investors. So work on your soft skills, be it communication, speaking in front of people, making sure that you're able to communicate the business value of whatever it is that you have. That will then allow you or make you shine or stand out, and not just go to university and get your qualification. Add on top of your qualification, so that you can make sure that you can showcase to people that you've learned something, and then you finished what you started, but also on top of that, you've added stuff that you will then need in the industry. And this goes back to that conversation that was being had earlier on having graduates that where you can see the gap when they get into the industry. That gap, majority of the time, if you believe me, is actually around those soft skills. Someone has the technical skills, they can write code, they know stuff about cybersecurity, they know stuff a lot of stuff about a lot of things, but they cannot communicate it. They cannot communicate the value so that that person can invest in them. So make sure that you take those things into heart and make sure that you work on those things, and that would then set you up for success. And why I'm saying this is because those are the things that worked for me. I was in university, I did my qualification, but on top of that, I added stuff. I was doing events, I was talking in events, I was communicating the projects that I was building for my university. If I find a gap of whatever it is that's happening in the university, and that allowed me to stand a chance to compete with other candidates globally for the role that I have at Microsoft right now. So just think about those things and just make sure that you have those things down to the T, and that's going to set you apart from a lot of other people.
Yeah, I mean, I think perhaps as we wrap up, program directors, I think for me, to carry on the thinking of my colleague on my far right, I think for me, we are not participating as young people, right? And I think for me, participation. And I mean, for example, and I say that really in earnest, because even when you're looking at civic participation alone, just being an active citizen, because I think also, program directors, we are much more, we need to think of ourselves as young people as being more than just, symbols, tokenism, but also we are much more than taxpayers, right? Because I think oftentimes, we get into this thinking of, we must go and work and be taxpayers and so on, but we're also citizens of this country, the continent, but also of the globe, right? Because certainly for me, when you're also looking at some of the things that are coming out of research coming out of the IEC and so on, we are not participating as young people. And yes, we've become despondent in some way because, a lot of things we've been failed on so many levels. But we can't give up, because I think to also circle back to some of the earlier panels, particularly the point that was made by Uputjanti, right, around the fact that, I mean, when you're looking at research, around, in 2050, Africa will be the youngest continent. And when you're looking at the global north, the population there is growing older, but we are growing younger. Right? By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African, right? So I think for me, the question is, what are we doing about that, in the sense that also the powers that be are taking decisions on our behalf? And that is why for us as the Y20 South Africa, when this G20, we heard that it's coming to South Africa and it's wrapping up the, the Global South cycle, we said, we're going to mobilize ourselves, we're going to conscientize ourselves, but also we're going to organize ourselves as young people working in the youth development space to lead the Y20, because again, when you're looking at the G20, right, it's structured alongside, the finance track, the Sherpa or political track, but also the social track. And that's where the youth engagement thing, the 14 engagement groups exist. And they must be led by civil society, right? So we said, despite the multiple problems and so on, but we're going to organize ourselves and say, we want, for example, for the Y20 to be institutionalized, right? So I think for me, part of that question in terms of breaking into not only the tech sector, but any sector that you want to go into, you need to participate. And participating sometimes means knocking on those doors, despite how hard it may be, right? And I know sometimes it's difficult, we tend to give up. It's like I tell young people who want to go to university, yeah, but I don't have funds. Funding will find you on the way. Apply, right? Like, program directors, I know we're in a church, so I'm a preach. You know, like sometimes, you know this thing of, you know, you must move. What is it? Move by faith, not by sight. Move. We must move, comrades. Like this thing of sitting and saying, yeah, they'll, like, go. Like municipalities, for example, have got youth directorates. What are those youth directorates doing with the budget that they're given that is supposed to come to us as young people? How many of us know that the Pan-African Parliament is headquartered in Midrand, South Africa, in this country? But also, that parliament has a youth caucus. What are they caucusing about? And why? No, like literally, what are they caucusing about? Because they're given a budget to go and caucus around African youth issues and so on and so on. And it is the onus is on us to go at that youth caucus. And it is a caucus. Let's caucus together and tell your lived experience that I'm a young person trying to break into tech, into technology, into Microsoft. I've been knocking on Microsoft doors. Bill Gates is giving me issues. Hey, open those doors. Because it is really only by, like, I'm serious. We have to organize ourselves and really mobilize ourselves and conscientize ourselves, because also our organizing and mobilizing can't just be in a vacuum, right? If you're looking at any change in this world, I mean, I'm wrapping up, program directors. I mean, but really, no, I must say this. You know, in 2011, there was a young man in Tunisia. In that country, the country was experiencing high levels of unemployment like this country. Right, and oftentimes we have, you know, social researchers who are asking ourselves, but South Africa is not burning for a country that has a high youth unemployment rate. It's even crazy when you look at the expanded definition. But that young person, I think it's Mohamed Bouazizi, set himself on fire when a policeman approached him to say, you can't sell your vegetables and so on because you don't have a license to trade. But that young person didn't know that him setting himself on fire as an act of protest would spark what we now study as the Arab Spring. We know what's happening in Mozambique, Cabo Delgado. We know what's happening in the DRC, right? The Kivu region and so on in the fight for minerals, where young people are saying, I'm going to join an insurgent movement because there's no jobs. We know what's happening in Nigeria. We know what's happening in Eswatini, and we pretend like we don't know. We know what happened in this country in July 2021. So the question then is, are we at the tip of a Saharan spring? And I raise that because I think these are the things that also the colleagues who are here, who are in different boardrooms, and we need to think about these things. Because I think if we can't capture our young people and capture them in the right way, this country will burn. We are seeing now the rise of what Gen Z protesters and all those things. So I will leave it there, program directors. I'm just, raising provocations for us to consider, right? For both us as young people, but also for the powers that be that create those opportunities. Right? Inclusion should be a rule, not an exception. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could ask Jabulani, I think you haven't had a chance to talk today, and I think as an entrepreneur, I think you've got a couple of things to teach.
Yeah. No, maybe I'll just close off with 3 points. Maybe the first question is, who in here is familiar with the Google Digital Skills for Africa? Anyone? Yeah, okay. So about 20%. So I think it talks to what my fellow panel member was saying around how you can build your soft skills. So there's quite a lot of, let's call it platforms, where you can learn about communication, you can learn about, in certain instances, web design. And I would urge everyone that is looking to enhance their soft skills to explore those options. But I also think, before I close off, I think the whole idea of provocation is quite important, especially for the youth, in the sense that there is a lot of decisions that are being taken by important people behind closed doors that affect our futures. And I think maybe just to digress a little bit, one such decision is in mining, the mineral cadastral system. So essentially what it does is, you've got a database of all your minerals, all the holes that have been drilled before, their qualities. And the biggest difference between South Africa and even Namibia is that we do not have readily access to that kind of data, and then it actually puts us in a situation where we can't have investments. Now, if we get the opportunity to engage our leaders, I think we need to always put it at the forefront of our conversations to say, please democratize data, whether it's farming data, agriculture data, climate data. Open it up so that we can make use of it, so that we can add value to this country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I hope not to preach. In few words, an advice to someone who wants to break into any space whatsoever: think like an entrepreneur. That's it.
My goodness, what a conversation. At some point I was like, you know what, we're going to wrap it up. You guys continue. But I know Witumela would have killed me. But really fascinating insights. How did you feel about that? It was really good.
We don't have enough time to touch on key points.
I know. That's why we need another summit. Witumela, I think you've given yourself more work to share and gather us in the room again, because I mean, even the points about participation, getting involved, something to get involved in, be heard. Our minister here, the provocation, I was just like, oh my goodness. Monday morning is going to be interesting when everybody, yes, it's such a challenge, but absolutely fantastic. Positive use of social media, solve a problem, continuous development, including your soft skills. So many things that were shared, I think even the whole conversation in itself. So thank you for that. How does it, I mean, is there anything that you guys felt that you want to share that came out, that you had a moment of inspiration or something that you want to add on, if there's anything at all? There's a gentleman over there. We'll just take one insight from you, and then we'll call our next. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you.
Good morning,
Yes,
everyone. My name is Thabo. I'm from Rima. It's an architect startup. So I just wanted to add to the 2 points, actually. One of the points was the issue of democratizing data, because also us, we've been trying to build data models for the farming. So we find it very difficult to actually get primary data from South African sources, which is very, very difficult. If you want to, like the government preaches that we're preaching for IR, but the government system that collect the data, it's not democratized. If you go to Stats SA and want to scrape that data and use it for whatever you're trying to build, there's no like APIs that you can easily deploy. Like, for example, if you go to the World Bank, it's easier to pull that data, but if you want to use South African data, it's very difficult. So I think that was a very important point of democratizing data, not just speaking about it, but there should be tools and infrastructure so that we can be able to pull that data. And also it's going to accelerate innovation. Yes. And also another question from the mining guy, the mining, I forgot his name. Yes, I just wanted, in terms of like the learnings, all, because mining is similar to construction. It's one of those old industries. Like what are the learnings that other industries can actually adopt in terms of like adopting technology? Because, for example, in construction, the biggest excuse is that the machines are very slow. So therefore, that's the reason that we are not innovating very fast, because we have to focus on maybe material, whatever cost, or labor and stuff. But with mining, they've been able to pull it off and actually able to use data. We've got the same type of labor or outputs similar to construction or other built environment. Like, what has been the main key thing that we can adopt maybe in construction that you guys have been able to adopt technology? Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vutu, and so I've got 2 points I wanna contribute. So the first one is, I think for South Africa, I think we have so from some of the points that I've worked on. So I'm an intern at one of the local companies. So I don't have much time. So one of the issues that I've seen is that we South Africa, we don't have data infrastructures, data pipelines. So for some of the projects that I worked on, my personal, so I realized that only Cape Town has digital platforms for collecting, or for example, sorry, I'm forgetting. Also, let me just give it. The project that I did was I was trying to collect all the data for taxis, routes, and everything. But the problem is that it's only Cape Town where I got to find all the information through the digital platform. But then when it comes to Joburg, I couldn't find anything. I've been searching. So I think the data pipelines, we need to do something about it. And my other issue is that I think some of us have we've done a lot of projects, but the problem is implementing and also getting guidance with entrepreneur element about it. So that's where I'm I need a little bit of input from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Hi. My name is Wandi Lesi here. I'm also an entrepreneur, particularly in the built environment and the drone industry. My question was more based on the MIC CETA in terms of being an entrepreneur and so forth. And I have a company that actually works on getting aerial visuals of informal settlements, and we take that information and we find how to give these people suitable infrastructures and facilities for them to actually survive better, or even identifying rural settlements prior to actually taking place, or because within 3 days, if they are not removed, they officially can erect buildings there and start a new settlement. So my approach towards that has been very research intensive. I even built products and so forth that can help that situation. However, once I started being an entrepreneurship, starting a company, employing a few people, most of the things that slowed us down was specifically based off having the capital, since we're living in a capitalistic society, having the capital to pay the employees or even get other certificates that can actually help you operate within the confines of these technologies you're moving towards. And sometimes it is easier to learn these different tools and get all of these things, and you can even get funded. But once you actually start implementing and creating something, you can no longer just specifically deal on open source materials. So yeah, that's the question I wanted to ask in terms of navigating how to get capital, because I've also worked with other companies that do actually get assistance from such different CETAs and so forth, and I've been a part of all of those innovative collaborations and seen how it actually impacts the company and growing and getting that ripple effect. So yeah, I'd just would like to engage further on that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. I think even after the session, before you even respond, the gentleman from the MIC-CETA, what I do want to, I'm very conscious of time, and I know the team here in terms of our venue hosts, they're very, very strict, so we do need to kind of move swiftly. But thank you for the comments that you made and the questions that you've shared. I would like that even after we've wrapped up in the closing remarks that we made, if you still do have time to stay and engage, please do so. Otherwise, if you're comfortable, our speakers are comfortable in terms of sharing their contact details, then please do reach out to our organizer or even find the relevant person to exchange details. Then you can continue the conversation forward. I don't know, in terms of the broader access to the answers, the questions, I don't know how the team's going to do that, but I think it'll be really great to even have a write-up, step by step. Is there something that you can share, a document? And I know a lot of people will be like, no, check the websites. And people will be like, we've checked the website. We've lost ourselves in those websites. But if there's a direct space to go to, if there's workshops, that sort of thing, in the areas that you can actually speak to a person, that is even better way to do this. So hopefully we will be able to manage that post today. But moving on to our next session, 6 and 7, leadership, ethics, and the future workforce. Then reimagining insurance, how data and AI are redefining risk, relevance, and relationships. I don't know how our moderators and speakers are going to make that mash up, but get creative. I'd like to call upon our moderator for the first session, Leadership, Ethics, and Future Workforce, Gerard Duploy, Executive Consultant, Enterprise Architects at Notion Consulting. Then Hilton Goodmans, he's a director at Focused People. Then we've got our other speaker, Helena Filyun, Head of Data Analytics at Guard Risk Life. And then Faith Sitole, Senior Manager, Data Regulatory Reporting at Nedbank, if she is here. Not too sure. Has Faith joined us? Good. I don't think Faith has managed to join us. I don't know if anybody's gotten stuck that traffic that from yesterday, the G20 preparation traffic. It's not cute. So I think a lot of people are probably facing that frustration. Oh, is Faith here? Oh, brilliant. Please bring her through. All right. Are those marshmallows that you're holding? It's going to be for you guys. For one of you. Is there somebody who would like to join? Nish? Are you also on the panel? Nishan? No, none of them. Apologies. Hi. Your name is?
Nishan.
Nishan. Yes. Okay. From?
From Outsurance.
Outsurance. Nishan from Outsurance. There you go. Perfect. The party's yours. Yes, I hope so.
There we go. I brought some sweets.
Oh, sorry.
Who are we missing? Hello, Leah. Sorry, Leah. We'll give Leah a chance to introduce herself just now.
Yes.
Grab a seat. I brought sweets, so please engage and ask questions while the panelists are up here. I will be cautious of time, I promise. But before we move on, let's just quickly stand up. This feels like the energy we have after Sunday afternoon, Chisanyama. I don't know, maybe there's some Jerusalema or something we can play. Let's just get the energy in this room up again. Okay, everybody put your hands up, stretch, stretch. They're having a white guy dance in the front of the stage here. Get some dancing moves there. Are we feeling better? That's better. Okay, I want to see you dancing. Show me that. That's better. All right. Cool. Thank you. Are we feeling better? Are we excited? Are we enjoying today? That's, I can kind of hear you. I can hear my wife. Thanks for the support, love. What about the rest of you? Can we get some energy? Perfect. Okay. Hello, how are you? Who are you? Nolitsanda, nice to meet you. Got everybody a chance to introduce themselves quickly. I've been promoted from a panelist to a moderator. Okay, so like I said, please engage. Please ask questions to all of these smart people here. I'm going to warn you beforehand, I'm not an AI expert, I'm an AI enthusiast, so please don't ask me difficult questions. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. AI first. The corporate mandate has been set and the message is crystal clear. AI is the future. To some of you, that either sparked excitement or, the phase we all go through, it triggered an existential crisis about your future. But before we delve into those feelings too deeply, I want to take you back just over 2 decades ago to when I was sitting in Miss Filyun's class, mathematics class of all the classes, complaining about where the hell am I ever going to use advanced calculus and why does she have to make it so difficult? And Miss Filyun, in her signature stance, dropped her glasses a bit, put her hand on her waist and said, you know, I can't do a woman's voice. You know, Gerard, when I was your age, We had to do our research by reading books from the library. We couldn't Google answers. And if I wanted to do advanced arithmetic, I had to page through a book as thick as a Bible looking at sin, cos, and ton values. I didn't have a fancy scientific calculator that could memorize formulas. Okay, so Miss Viljoen obviously didn't sound like that. She didn't have a weird accent either. But as a teenage boy, that just sounded like boomer speak to me. But lately, thinking about AI in our future and young people entering the workforce, that lesson has been top of mind quite often. And I think that's it. AI is the scientific calculator of our generation. It's a tool that amplifies what's possible. And just like Miss Viljoen, right? We as leaders and individuals need to adjust our expectations, not only of the way we work, but what we can build in the future and the ethics that will get us there. So whether you're part of the group that's excited about AI or the group that is going through existential dread at the mere mention of it, we have to realize that we are responsible for what happens to AI. The decision makers in business, the policy makers in government, the thought leaders in industry, but most importantly, each and every one of us as individuals. We have the opportunity and the obligation to create our AI future. AI and humanity is becoming more and more intertwined every day. And whether that future is going to be a dystopian or a utopia is completely up to us. We need to take full accountability and ownership, not only of the unique problems we can solve with AI, but the unique new problems we've created because of AI. And that's what Helena and I are going to dive into in today's panel. The new expectations of leadership, the ethics surrounding AI, and what the possible workforce can look like, and what as individuals in the workforce we need to adjust, what expectations do we need to realign to ensure that Africa's AI future remains human-centric. Cool. Helena, will you kick us off with the first set of questions, please?
Thank you so much. And I was thinking now how we will be integrating our two topics, as originally it was going to be separate. And I think with the architecture, we wouldn't have data science or any AI. So I think that's a good bridge that we can gap.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's very nice to be here today and to speak to all of you. I know in general, not a lot of people get excited about insurance per se. But I think insurance at its heart is a positive thing, and it should be there for people when you need it most. And throughout the years, the perception might have gone negative. But I think especially after COVID and all that we've been through, insurance should be there to ensure that you as the people have comfort in your families and at guard risk and at outsurance. We want to use AI to make risk better so that we can pay out claims faster and start to model for the people that's living in Africa, not based on data that's being publicized in America. So that's basically how insurance ties back to AI and what we will be discussing on that today. So on my right, I have Nishant. He is from Outsurance. I think we've all seen their fun ads, which we all love. So thank you for your time today. My first question for you, and again, if you guys have questions, and even anyone on the panel, just jump in. So Outsurance has a strong reputation for customer-centric innovation. How are you using data and AI to redefine customer relationship and improve claims experiences for us as South Africans?
Hello, first of all, thank you so much for coming here. And my name is Nishant. I'm working in Outsurance as a senior BI analyst. So Outsurance is a customer-driven company actually. We focus on the customer side. And also the segment we are targeting is the middle class actually. So basically, actually we want to reduce some EMI so people can afford it. So we are using the AI stuff to validate the claims and the risk and all other stuff so that we can we can actually eradicate the risk and some of the fraud which is happening, which is claiming through customer actually. So we actually do that. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Nishant. I think we should go back and forth and maybe do one of a system architect kind of question, and then we can come back to insurance maybe.
Okay, perfect. Just before I do that, can I ask the three of you to just briefly introduce yourselves? Or actually, the four of you, you've had a nice introduction. Sorry, just so we all know who we're speaking to.
Hello everyone, my name is Noluthando Mbangeleli. I'm from ESTA, which is Association for Skills Development in South Africa. I'm the vice chair in the Gauteng region, and I'm also an academic from the University of Johannesburg Business School. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leah Houston. I am an admitted attorney of the High Court. I'm currently a legal queries executive at WTax. I've previously worked as a legal officer at Ituba Holdings at the National Lottery. Yeah, that is me. Panda Pusha Play.
Nice. Hello, everybody. My name is Fetsi Digital, and I've been in banking, I think, for a number of years. Don't want to disclose, but not in insurance. But yeah, so currently I'm serving as a senior manager within the data regulatory reporting. So yeah, we are those people that send out the external reports to SOB. You know, yeah, it's not a nice thing to do, you know. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to today, and hopefully that you guys will learn a lot from us, and definitely, hopefully, I know we will also learn from the rest of the other guys who are here as well. Thank you.
Sanbonani nonke, Gingu Hilton ka Goodmans. So ndanikule eBay kodwa ndizohlala apha eGauteng. So Hilton, from Focused People, we focus on the capacity side of things, the human side that supports the algorithms, because there's some things that AI just can't do, like emotions. And the support, the reason we're here is for conversations around this. And there's some things like dialogue and building the people side of things, the change management we spoke about before, that's so important to make sure that we use AI not only responsibly, but we lead in a human way that engages other humans.
Perfect, thank you so much. Then I actually want to start with you, Hilton. I think I've got an interesting question for you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so this topic's come up quite a bit, and I've got a colleague over there that disagrees with me on this absolutely 180 degrees. So, leadership today must inspire across different generations. From your Gen Alphas to your boomers, everybody's in the workforce. We have our digital natives, our mid-career professionals, our legacy leaders, all in the same room. What mindset shifts do you think are critical to lead ethically in this blended workforce?
Wow. To start that conversation is a tough one. I'm going to start with the word humility, humbleness. And I think in Africa we grew up with concepts of izandla ziyahlambana, the one hand, you know, washes the other, and you know, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, umuntu kimuntu kabantu. You know, people are people. Thank you. People are people through and with other people, etc. And that starts with the humility to say, I can't do this on my own. I need others. And I think the model of leadership that we see around the country and the world isn't always very humble. It's about how do I self-promote, I'm the influencer, and I'm not dissing the influencers, I love the work they do. The fact is that I think there's so much that we need to do in terms of our own thinking, like how do we genuinely, authentically represent ourselves in our brands? How do we make sure that our leadership is inclusive and that it actually makes an impact? And so I think the humility is one of the factors that's so important. The other aspect is the experiential part of it, where you have a mindset that says, I've got to actually do this. I can't just think about it, and I can't just theorize. And forgive me from the academia side of things. I'm a UJ alum as well, so I do love the academic world. But I think the challenge is that the practice of connecting it to real practice. If you think about like Germany, for many years, they had work-life programs where you'd go, you'd study 4 days, you'd work 4 days a week and you'd study 1 day. And so after 3 years, you've actually worked in the business for a long time, plus you've got your degree. And that was 20 years ago already. So I think the challenge of ethics and inclusion, some of those principles cover all generations. Where it's like, if I'm humble, then I realize I can be taught by anybody. I am curious to know, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? How do I approach you? Can I ask the question, how do you see the world, rather than assuming that you see it like me, or that I know more than you because I'm older? And I think that curious approach, that engagement with humility, asking the questions and getting better at the questions that we're asking. AI is teaching us to refine our questioning, but I think when we're together, we need to do that as well. Make sure that we're asking better questions of each other, and we're engaging each other from that stance of, I'll never see all there is to see, and maybe you can help me see better ways than I've ever done it before.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the next question for Nolotando is actually a good follow-up. Am I saying your name right? Yeah. Is actually a good follow-up, because it's speaking about that new generation of leaders in the workforce. So you teach and shape future leaders. How is leadership education and ethics training evolving to prepare graduates for a workplace where AI and automation is rewriting the rules that we've been working along all this time? Oh yes, of course, right.
Thank you so much. In your opening speech, you said back in your days, I don't know how back it is, you used to have textbooks and all of that. As much as AI is helping, I'm thinking, can we just go back to those textbooks? Because now students are using AI to write their assessments, to do everything, which is quite a huge challenge, and if we don't control that at the university level, that transfers to what corporate will receive. If you remember, there was a case, I think in 2023, it's a court case where lawyers actually used ChatGPT to generate, the course case and the answers, and that was picked up. Now, are we empowering our students, our potential workforce for such ethical issues? So at the business school, UJ, we teach modules like leadership, ethics, and governance, leadership in the digital era, which is all the modules that I teach. And these modules are exactly for that, to empower our students so that they are ready for such workforce, because the honest truth is AI is not going anywhere. Instead, technology, we're going to the what do you call it, 4IR, 5IR. We are now in the 5IR, where humans, where robots are taking over human jobs. But as you mentioned before that, you are still responsible for the decisions and all the algorithms that are put in that system. So we teach such modules, we prepare, we use real life case studies to prepare our students. For example, recently, if we're looking at the University of Forte, it has burned down, systems are down, people's data is there, is all of that. I would use that in my case scenario, because when you get into the corporate, that's the real application that students need to apply. How do you protect that information? Was it even protected? Were the systems put in place? And I would say to you, for example, if you were the VC, how are you going to tackle such a situation? You know what I mean? So definitely we are, and I think the guy earlier in MICT explained everything very nicely. I don't want to go into that angle, but this is the challenge that we are having, that we need to develop leaders that are ethical, leaders that will lead with integrity, and now we are embedding that in our curriculum on how to use AI in a very responsible manner. Because if ChatGPT is writing your assignment, it means you are not learning. So unfortunately, because of this, we have also adapted to the traditional style of teaching, that it means embedding AI in our traditional. That would mean coming in and presenting your work, so that we can know that you did the work by yourself, coming in and writing those exams. So we use blended approaches, hybrid approaches. You write online, but we need to see you face to face, because if we don't do this, then we are destroying the future, and we are destroying who our companies and our corporate are going to be employed. So we are tackling it, but it's coming in slow. Thank you.
Helena, before I ask you to ask the panel a question, I actually have a question for you. So Helena is the head of data analytics at GuardRisk. So quite a senior position. And I think it touches on leadership a lot. I think we've got some good answers on leadership, humility, training and prepping people. But I'm kind of curious about the analytics side. So in the context of Africa's digital future, how is GuardRisk leveraging data to drive inclusion and equity in life insurance products?
Awesome. Thanks for the question. I got nervous now because I was in my listening, and I was like, oh, it's me again. But thank you for the question. I think everything that we've spoken about is so important, and it is very important that we use AI and machine learning ethically, because if we use it correctly, we can change how, and I'm going to speak out of the context of insurance, obviously, how we do pricing, how we manage risks across the South Africa. So I'll use a few examples that in GuardRisk, where we see underserved communities not having insurance, not because they don't want or need this life insurance products, it's because in the past, risk and models have been built on data that excludes them because we just didn't know how to price for these risks. For instance, previous years or previous decades, if a person had HIV, our models couldn't predict it. I'm talking about in the sense of insurance. So the premiums would get really high because we couldn't get the model to know when and how long this person will be paying premium. But as the medical advancements are made and how we as the actuarial community, but also the data science community, build and use AI better to understand the environments of Africa, and in that case we can model risks better, and then creating premiums and life insurance products for our communities and serving the people with the correct products that they need instead of just making money out of insurance companies. I think at its heart, we want to help people and get the premiums correct and get their life insurance products to the correct people where they need it. Thank you.
Very good answer. Do you have any questions you want to pose to the rest of the panel?
Yes, actually, I don't think you've answered any questions. So I'll put you in the hot seat a bit because you seem to be having too much fun as the panel. I'll let you answer a few. So I am very curious because I do spend time with the architects. I feel like we wouldn't have a job without the architects. So I'm always very nice to them at my company. So as an enterprise architect, you sit at the crossroads of the strategies, of the systems, but also then ethics. So how can the government's frameworks keep up with the speed of emerging technologies without stifling the innovation part of it all?
I'm not sure if I should say thank you. Yeah, it's a bit of an oxymoron, because if we talk about, let's start with strategy. Right? Before we talk about ethics and like doing the right thing and being conscientious, strategy is about, keeping on, like pushing the edge, thinking outside the box. And to drive good strategy, to remain relevant, to remain competitive, you need innovation. So innovation is all about excitement, new ideas, challenging the status quo. And then there's this paradox of governance, which is all about stability and control, and kind of making sure we always do the same things in the same way. Or at least that's the perception of it. I think as an enterprise architect, we challenge that. Yes, we have governance frameworks. We have literally architecture review boards that govern changes to the business. But we don't see governance as a gate that can be passed or not passed. We see governance more as guide rails. We think along principles, not policies. So a good example is a policy would be, and again, I spoke to Kay earlier, I have to quote my colleague Alma Alcia, that a policy would tell us we're only allowed to use Microsoft Copilot in our organization. A principle would tell us we're only allowed to use AI models that ring-fence our organization and our organization's data, and only through a business account. So we know that that data isn't made public. It's not used to teach the rest of the algorithms out there, and it doesn't get exposed, right? So that's a principle, and that's how we apply governance. So we're making sure that the right people ask the right questions at the right time. That's one of the principles as well. And that we're not trying to stop anything, but rather asking people to think about it a little bit deeper and engage the right people. And then if things need to change because of innovation, make those changes in small scale that's controllable. And what our organization does is to create digital twins. So you have a digital environment where you can experiment on your business that's not in the real world, to see how things in your business will change before you roll it out into production. Cool. Okay. I'm sorry, just in regards to ethics, and you mentioned the law. You mentioned your, what? That sounded impressive. You're a what? Attorney. Oh, there's a mic.
There we go. I'm an attorney. I actually left practice this year, but it's so funny because there was such a big topic about AI in the legal sphere, and you actually touched on a case. It was actually a candidate attorney who cited, which is so crazy, which cited cases in an affidavit which her senior then presented to the judge. It's actually a case in Durban. And she cited cases, and the judge actually asked her, where did you get these cases from? Was this AI? And she said, no, it was not AI. And he said, okay, can you please go find the citations for those cases? So she did, and she went to go try and find these cases. Eventually it came out that she used ChatGPT. And it was a whole case about how in the legal profession we need to use AI correctly as a tool. As you said in the beginning, as you said as well, it's a tool. It's not something that we can rely on, because I mean it's also ever changing as well, and it relies on data we put in order to amplify and so on. So big topic in the legal profession with regards to AI. Yeah, and especially, and then funny enough, I moved to corporate at W Tax, where we deal with withholding tax and so on, and it's such a shift in corporates where they actually rely on AI, and also have AI training. But again, it's more of training to see how we can better our work, how we can do something efficiently, and not relying on it. And I think that's something that when we move from legal in practice and legal in corporate, it's a tool. AI is a tool. Always double check, always fact check what you put out there, because you never know where it lands, and your career is on the line, and your integrity and so on. So yeah.
Yeah, I think hallucinations. Certain consulting companies you would have seen in the news to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. Human in the loop systems and proofing, definitely important.
Yes, no, definitely.
I want to ask one more question to Faith. How are we doing on time? I can see the timer is red, but I'll be honest, I'm half blind. So do I need to wrap up? Do we need to wrap up? Can we ask the audience to ask questions? And sorry, Faith, we've excluded you. Can you just share, how do you think AI is going to affect your work, and how do you see AI being applied, just before we wrap up and open to the audience?
Sure. I've actually delivered so many talks around AI. I'm just gonna go quickly and copy and paste one of my talks. And
Perfect.
Right? Can I do that and just?
As long as you didn't copy and paste from ChatGPT.
No. Right. So there's always two sides of everything, right? So when you look at AI, I just want to clarify that AI is not only ChatGPT. Right? So AI, to your point, it's a tool, and this tool is built through machine learnings, meaning it's a tool that can learn out of a person. Whatever you punch in, it stores it, and it keeps it as an information for the next person. So it's all fed by us. Right? So when you look at Google, for an example, Google, when you go and you type some research, it will bring up all these other websites to the point of citation, right? All these websites where certain articles were written about whatever you are searching about, you know? But with AI, it goes in different places. It does go to websites, but also it goes back to the memory to give you answers based on what was fed by people. So we as people are creating this monster at the end of the day. Depends on what we feed it, it's what we will get it after, right, out of it. And it's also built in algorithms, right, that are able to process faster. Meaning it can also say, if Faith is thinking like this today, right? There's so many factors that I can factor in Faith's question today, looking at the age, looking at the area, looking at the, the economic factors, is she in Africa, or what's happening? And then if she thinks like this now, I think in future, this is how Faith should be thinking. And it starts preparing itself, or the capacity of itself for the future. Right? So, and without knowing, we keep feeding it. Sometimes we want to test it so much with certain things, but it stores that information. And imagine if it's 5 billion of us in the world feeding this monster. In so many years, 100 years to come, it's going to be uncontrollable. So what I'm trying to say is that AI alone cannot go far. But it's through us on what we feed it, we give it that potential for it to go furthest. So everything lies with us. I know most of us are so scared of this thing. We should be scared of us because we are feeding it. You know, we feed it questions, we want to test it, how far it thinks and all of that. Have you noticed that sometimes when you test it so much, it processes and says, you know, yeah, it processes for a long time because it's trying to also go down to the memory of whoever asked, you know, across the world, and it brings it in. And so AI is a tool, guys, that is supposed to be an innocent tool, but we are creating a monster out of it. So that's the other side of the coin. The positive side of the coin is, data, right? So in data, we process big data. Sometimes, you know, querying the data through, I don't know what language other people will do. I will use SQL. There's a piece of code, big code that I need to write. It could either be a stored procedure that I'm building or anything. Building anything or developing anything can take time. And I mentioned earlier that in my team, we generate the reports that go to the South African Reserve Bank. But because of the amount of information that they need from us is a lot. Sometimes to go and find that information in our databases, it's a lot. How many joins are we going to put together and everything like that? So you're asking a question, would I use AI in my current space? Yes, I would, for automation, not for it to think on my behalf. I don't want AI to think for me. I want to think. I want to think, but I want to use it to help me work efficiently so that next time when I wake up, I think I click a button, not ask it to tell me what my reports are. I think it's not fair what we are doing to ourselves because we're going to be people or humans that can't think at all. You will always ask AI, if I want to enjoy my egg, what should I put? Simple, it's salt and pepper, right? But you can't even think up to that level, right? So another thing also, part of one of the other things I do, I help people write books. I'm an author, right? I help people write books. I also edit books. I publish books. I distribute books, right? So you find that people will come to me and say, Faith, I've got a book. Your end, you know, I've written my story. But when you go through it, it's AI who wrote a story, not you. The quality of that book is so poor. It doesn't connect. It doesn't help you connect to the person. But it talks so much about these other things, but it removes the person as a center.
Yeah.
You know, so I normally say, if AI could wash my laundry and clean my yard, I would be happy. But can I keep creative thinking? Can I keep art?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Those are the things we need to consider, the implications. Thank you so much, Faith. Okay. Do we have any time for audience questions? Okay. Sorry, everybody. Please come talk to us afterwards. Thank you so much, panelists. We appreciate you. Over to you.
Get a photo first, please, of our panels. Thank you. Really great discussion. I think, look, there were so many things that you all brought up, all the panel discussions. The next time, Buitumela, if we can have like a whole day or 2 days, and no, the headache of organizing a summit, it's quite intense, but it's been fantastic. It's been absolutely fantastic. Perfect. Oh, there's our camera right there in the center. Brilliant. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Yes, we are good. We're good. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you to our panel. Making our way to our second last and our last session. So we're almost at the finish line. Thank you for hanging in there, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, session 8, we've got Tech for Disability Inclusion in Africa's Digital Future. And I'd like to call upon our speakers, Emily Mabasa, author, founder, and inclusion activist, Phoenix in Alexandra. Musa Gaube, network engineer and inclusion activist, Vodacom, Lesotho. And our moderator, Dr. Babalwa Chabashe Pome, disability rights advocate and lecturer at UJ. Thank you. you like to say? You can be closer. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the welcome and introduction. I am a lecturer at the University of Johannesburg. I'm also a researcher and a disability rights advocate. For those in this room who may be visually impaired, or maybe the ones watching online who may be visually impaired, I am a black female. I have cornrows. They call them sweet and sour. I'm wearing a black dress. I'm here with my panelists, Emily. She's also a black female, wearing a white and pink top and burgundy pants. And I also have Musa, who is wearing a white dress and also has cornrows on her head. So thank you very much for your attention. So today we'll be talking about bridging the gap between digital technologies as well as people with disabilities. But before we begin, maybe some of you would be asking yourselves, why am I doing work in disability? So I'm very passionate about disability, and I've worked providing services to autistic individuals and people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So as I was working in the field, I found that there are no interventions for people, especially autistic individuals. So I would often consult literature and go back to my studies and look at what is being done globally for people with autism or people with intellectual disabilities. And in my search, I found that there isn't much that is being done in South Africa or even in Africa for people who are living with autism or who are on the spectrum. So I often, in my practice, had to borrow from the global north. And we know how frustrating that could be, because I am serving people in South Africa, in Africa. That's why I decided then to pursue my PhD in psychiatry and mental health, where I focused on intellectual disabilities, particularly focusing in the South African context. And then my theoretical framework, well, Ubuntu, we know it as a concept, but I used it as a theoretical framework to guide and ground my work, because I believe that I am because you are. I am a moderator today because there are panelists. I am a disability advocate because there are people with disabilities. So that is a brief background about myself. I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nkateko Emily Mabasa. I am an author of a children's book. I am a founder of a non-profit organization based in Alex called Phoenix Alexandra. We work with children with disabilities and without disabilities. And I also am an activist speaking up on the rights and the experiences of people with disabilities. And it's an honor to be here today, because I've not only heard the panelists, touch a bit on technology and how it's helping, but it's also given me ideas on how I can contribute to what can be done to make things easier for people with disabilities that need technology in the everyday life space. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mosaku Api, not Kaupi. So, yeah, I'm a network engineer from Vodacom Lesotho, also a service desk analyst, and I'm a fashion model, so you can see. Yeah, so I have my own company that is inclusive fashion, and of course I'm a corporate hand, so corporate hands always on fleek, always on heels, so that is why my company is there for, just to make me included in the corporate industry. I'm also an award-winning woman in technology. I'm an advocate of disability and technology as well, because you'll hear from it. Also, I'm a content creator. I think not most, but some people here know me as well from TikTok, and the invite, I got it through my LinkedIn page. You see Fetsi knew me as well. And yeah, one thing that's very important, I am in AI and inclusion through young AI leaders in Lesotho as well.
Thank you, panelists, for your introductions. As you can see, that people with disabilities are able to become whoever they want, but society often puts barriers on people with disabilities and assume that they cannot do or be anything that they want. So as we start this conversation today, I would like to challenge you, as you are seated here, to reflect on your maybe internal biases, your attitudes that you have towards people with disabilities. And since this is a tech summit, I would like the people in the tech industry as well to consider people with disabilities when developing their apps or using AI. I think it's very important to have people with disabilities in your teams. Sorry, not just as a tick box exercise, but to have full inclusion. So yeah, that is my opening. But like I said, I am a researcher, so I work a lot with data and stats. So I'll be bringing a few stats, not a lot, just a few. So globally, there are over 1 billion people with disabilities, and they face numerous barriers to independence and economic empowerment with limited access to education, employment, and digital skills. The digital divide is a pressing issue, with only 36% of Africa's population having access to internet, and with approximately 16% of people with disabilities having access to the internet. So we can see that already people with disabilities are left behind. Most of them do not have access to the internet. And the ones who do have access to the internet, it's usually them engaging maybe on social media, but they do not have the digital skills that they need to become maybe tech gurus like yourselves. So we are facing a very I would say exclusionary space when we are looking at technology, because people with disabilities are often an afterthought. So we will be talking about that today. So the first question that I have, it's to the both of you ladies. When we talk about digital inclusion, what does that really mean for a person living with a disability in Africa today?
Okay, thank you so much. Before answering your question, right, I just wanted the room to know what disability is, because we keep on saying disability, disability, and then we don't actually know what that is. So disability, it's about impairment and the barrier, because I'm saying this because most of the time I don't really get people saying I have disability because of how they see me. They see like I work like everyone, I talk, I see the types of disabilities they think they are there, and they're not aware. So the impairment and the barriers are what we call disability in general. being psychological, being physical, and all that, right? And then we have barriers like environmental barriers, which I encounter most. Even here, I just got that, you know what, I just can't reach some things, like in the bathroom and whatsoever. So that is disability. So addressing disability in our technical space is most of youth, of youth with disabilities don't actually take any technological courses, and this is actually sad because technology is helping us as mostly people with disabilities on how we can live our life. Technology does best. So what we encounter is people are inventing some systems, people are inventing some whatever innovation they will be doing, and we are being left behind because we actually don't have the skills. And that is impact. It's an impact to an extent that the employment is an issue as well. So this how I can say technology and disability affects disability.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you go, Emily.
Okay, thank you for that. So in my own personal experience, right, technology for me has made me think better because, for example, I know that in Japan they have robots that actually people with disabilities in Japan can have access to in order to work. So, for example, when I'm on my crutches, I cannot carry anything. So if we had the same type of access to those type of robots in Africa, it would actually help us be employed for a work that we wanted to do that require us to have fit bodies. And that's why I'm like, technology is a good thing when it comes to those types of innovations and how they can actually make a person feel valued or seen. But as well as other types of technologies that people with disabilities use is voice over, where they can actually speak through certain machines to be able to be heard properly. As a person sitting here today, I couldn't speak before, and the doctors had said to me, you'll never be able to speak, you'll never be able to walk. But because I had determination, I'm doing exactly the opposite of what they said. And technology can give that same hope and ability to other people with disabilities as well. You know, as I came into the room, I'm like, you know, this is an important conversation, not to shoot our organizers or anything, but I believe when you're in spaces like this, my job is to make people uncomfortable. I was like, where are the interpreters? Yeah, where are the interpreters? Because people with hearing impairment also need to be included in spaces and conversations like this, and that's why I believe in showing up and doing exactly that, making people uncomfortable and questioning, what are you actually doing? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, ladies. And hopping on the uncomfortable bandwagon, I hope the organizers call us back next time. But I also made a similar observation that as you were walking up the stairs, that it was already strenuous for you, and we are talking about inclusion, but in the very same spaces that we find ourselves in, the spaces are not inclusive. Musa also mentioned the issue about the bathrooms. And those are just physical infrastructures that sometimes, I know this is not your home or your venue, it's contracted or whatever, but I feel like maybe as we go along, we need to keep these in mind, and especially if we don't know who our audience is, or even if we know that it's people with disabilities, we need to keep certain things in mind, knowing that we are accommodating the people that we are inviting, or the people who occupy the same spaces as us. And this is also to the people who are developing technologies, that as you develop your apps, you need to keep people with disabilities in mind, and also maybe even programs, or even the banking apps. I heard that people from the banking sector are here, and insurance and so on. So as you create those apps, remember that you do have consumers who are maybe visually impaired, who may need apps that are compatible with screen readers, or maybe voiceovers and so on. Emily and I were having a conversation earlier about even the card machines on the cashier till points. Sometimes they are very high, some people cannot reach it. And I had a gentleman I used to work with, he used to have that challenge, so he often had to tell the cashiers his PIN when he goes to maybe to do shopping, because he could not reach those things. So usually people with disabilities are an afterthought. So my challenge to you is that as you go into your fields, please keep those things in mind, that, as I said, 1 billion people in the world are people with disabilities. So meaning that potentially 1 billion people could be your clients or your customers. So please keep this in mind. Okay, my second question is that what are some of the small everyday barriers, online and offline, that most people don't even notice, but that completely exclude people with disabilities?
Personally, for me, it's the ATMs. I have to send my sister to always go and do the transactions for me, because number one, it's safer that way. I'm not going to be a target. And number two, I don't have to stand for long. And not necessarily that the ATMs are built incorrectly, it's just sometimes the screens are too far back and I cannot see what I need to see in order to finish my transaction safely. And I don't feel that it's okay asking random people. I know that you can't go assuming everybody's gonna rob you, but you can't always be asking people to help you with those type of things. So for me, that is the everyday struggle, and as well as buildings. But as much as you've mentioned the stairs, I had to understand that not everyone will understand my struggle, so I'm gonna have to learn to use stairs so that I find myself in spaces like this and I'm not excluded. So it's also about people with disabilities showing up for themselves and saying, regardless of this fact that those places are not accessible, I'm gonna learn to be in those spaces so that they know that I exist. So I didn't really mind the stairs. It was okay for me. Thank you.
That is very correct. For me, I think the challenge, like I said, it's environmental barriers, right? So looking at the ATM machines, how almost everyone uses that, right? So then there's me, where they're actually designed for only tall people, not people with short stature or maybe wheelchair users, you know. So it's very difficult for cash withdrawals. You know, I even had to find a way like of withdrawing my money, I'm using FNB. So normally I e-wallet myself and then ask the security or whoever to assist me, and that's not good. But the world that we are living in says that. Also, like I said, I'm a corporate heart, so at the work spaces we have access controls. It's either you scan or you put your finger or use your ID. And all those access controls are very positioned where a tall person could reach. What about me? I have to ask you for, taking for me and worst part, when it's my finger, you can imagine that, I'm not able to do that. But what can be done is, we have access control panels to be put at a universal accessible height, right? Also, maybe explore more, like we are living in an advanced world. Why not mobilize the access control, maybe for a wheelchair user, maybe for myself as well? Because at some point, I wouldn't go to some other departments only because I have to tag, and tagging, it's a lot, So those are the types of barriers that I encounter.
Okay, thank you, ladies. I hear that we are almost out of time, but I just have one last question for you guys. So what role can ordinary developers or small startups, like technology startups, can play in creating more accessible digital solutions for people with disabilities?
That is a beautiful question. Thank you for that. Let's start with asking, and I know there's a saying that goes, nothing about us without us, right? And this is specifically for people with disabilities, but I think it also includes any other industry, because if you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't understand the everyday struggles, then how are you going to be part of the solution if you are not including those people that are actually going through those everyday struggles? So basically, I would say asking, and for me personally, there's no stupid question, and sometimes the questions actually challenge my own way of thinking. So asking and actually working together, not just like the tick box thing, because I think that happens a lot. A lot of people are like, no, we have people with disabilities, check, and it's done. But it's deeper than that, because I've also realized that people with disabilities can do careers that people that don't have disabilities are doing. Like there's a nurse that is on her wheelchair, she cannot walk, but she's a nurse. And people don't ever think of people with disabilities going into the medical space. Why not? Because we've always been told they are not more. They are what we are taught. So let's unlearn what we've been learning and relearn. And we can only do that if we work together. Thank you.
Okay, we do have policies. I think every company has a policy, every sole trader and whatsoever have policies. So I think it's time to implement those policies and implement them fully, as well as, actively championing the recruitment of persons with disabilities, because by then, maybe different types, a small stature, if there is one, a person who works with wheelchair, who works with Crocs, who works with different kinds, not only physical disabilities. So also provisioning of tailored tools and resources to ensure equitable performance and participation of people with disabilities, because it's very important that, yes, nothing for us without us. you know. So I think that is that, because the most important thing as well is the use of AI is very important to use it, and maybe the features, like it was said earlier by the previous panelist, that AI, we are the one feeding it, right? So maybe the features that can be found should be very accessible for everyone, visually impaired person, and all that. I think the challenge is mostly for a visually impaired person coming to AI. So those are the things that I encounter, as well as my team at home. They really realized, okay, they need to change and believe in the change word, because, you know, people like saying, or have you say that disability is very expensive, and we need to change that and move from there to here.
Thank you, ladies. Do we have time for one more question? We don't? All right. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope today you will leave with something and maybe have a paradigm shift when it comes to people with disabilities. Remember, nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. I'm a little bit stressed right now. I might not look it, but I'm super stressed because we need to be done. I don't even want to mention the time right now. But we have one last panel, and I'm going to call our moderator. So here's the deal. Nobody be shocked or act like, oh my gosh, have we been load shed if the lights go out? Because there's a bit of a T's and C's situation with us being here. But hopefully we can still wrap it up in the next 15, 20 minutes. We will be bargaining. If y'all are faith-filled people, please find your faith quickly now. Please pray. But I'm going to call our final panelist. Session 10, Economic Equity Through Innovation. Our moderator is Siposetsu Sihlabaga, an industry community strategist, Africa, government and infrastructure. And I'll also be calling her panelists as well. Dani Skuman, managing director of Dani Skuman and Company Pty Limited. Kensani Nyambi, group executive, Enterprise Solutions. Buitumela Makabo, competition economist and founder of Acumen Business Consulting. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Well, afternoon now. So I am going to ask, with all due respect, and when people say that, it's just always odd, if we can, and Siposetsu, if as you guide in the conversation, if it can be at least 2 very critical questions that our audience members need to have ready and be sorted. Here is a microphone. Oh, there's a mic. Ah, there we go. So any 2 critical questions, and then, see how we wrap it up. On the right. Yeah. That way. That way.
Okay.
Is yours on?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They do say save the best for last, huh? So it's quite a pity that we have a couple of minutes, because I think this is probably such an important conversation, and there's a lot of insights and key takeaways to really delve into this afternoon. And I just want to probably, as a precursor into the conversation, talk about equity, right? My previous mentor used to talk about equity. She was a big advocate for equity. And for a long time, I never really understood this concept. And I find it to be a really, full circle moment, where today I'm here, presenting a panel that's really going to touch about equity through innovation. And before we start, for the benefit of the youth that is in this room, equity is really about fairness and giving everyone what they need to succeed. And I think the culmination of all the conversations that we've had today really touches on that. And we've seen that it speaks about the huge skill gap issue that we have, and I guess the change management element that needs to really, really factor into how we move forward. All right. I think I will start with you, Kensani. And the first question I have for you is, in your view as a professional creating inclusive, entrepreneurial, and innovative environments, what makes an entrepreneurship ecosystem truly inclusive, and how do we ensure that youth and women are not only participants, but real value creators within it?
Thank you so much for that question. Hi, everyone. I know the energy is low, but hi, everyone. We're about to eat soon. So I think, for me, equity, what it looks like in an entrepreneurial ecosystem, has to be firstly addressing the challenges that are faced within the entrepreneurial ecosystem, specifically for youth and women. And these challenges are not things that we don't know of. It's mainly funding, but one that we don't speak about a lot is access to markets. I think we don't deep dive into that as much as we should be. So firstly, combating those problems would be a way of creating this inclusive ecosystem for entrepreneurs to flourish, especially women. Outside of the challenges, I think it's important to move into translating the activity into power. And what that means is, when we have women and we have youth in rooms, we're not doing it just for a tick-box exercise. They're actually there as decision makers. They're there to have a lot of weight when it comes to decisions that are being made. Because currently what we see is we have an exercise where people speak about including women or including the youth, but really we're not allowing them to make decisions that are impactful when it comes to entrepreneurship space or in any other room. So I think what that would look like for me, inclusivity is important in ensuring that women are making critical decisions and they're not just there as bystanders or people to drive statistics up.
Brilliant. Dani, I really want us to talk about the interesting industry that you're in, logistics and transport, right? And I think most of us, when we think about this industry, we think, one, it's a very hard place to reach. So from your perspective, why is economic equity such an essential conversation within the sector or industry? And how does it connect to broader goals of inclusive growth across Africa?
Thank you. So linking on what Kensani said, it's all about market access. And if your logistics system and your logistics infrastructure and environment is not inclusive, you immediately cut off certain parts of the population and of other people that could partake in economic activity, and now those people are excluded. So one of the challenges that we have across Africa is that the continent is viewed from an European point of view, and coming from a white here, it must be hilarious. But anyway, the issue that we find is they don't understand how the continent works. So the work I've done in Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Uganda, DRC. Somebody mentioned North Kivu earlier. I've been there, I've worked on the mines there. So understanding Africa logistics is critical for us to make sure how we include economic activity and give people market access. So in terms of growth for Africa, my view is that as the youth, don't wait for government. There's a beautiful saying that says, if you build it, they will come. They're not going to build it. You need to build it. You need to take the power in your own hands, and you need to do it. Don't wait for anybody. Don't wait for big business. Don't wait for government. What we've seen is that, and especially in Nigeria, and I don't know if it's more Nigeria cultural thing where the mamas take control, but the entrepreneurs that are the most successful are the ladies. They take control, they look after their families, they set up distribution hubs, they negotiate with Unilever, they negotiate with Nestle. They're not scared. They're not waiting for somebody to do something for them. And then they start distributorships. And those distributorships grow into good businesses, and actually big businesses in those areas. So yeah, that's the reason why logistics and transportation is critical. And if you don't have a bakkie, you don't need a bakkie. Some of the deliveries done by, for Coca-Cola are done by guys with wheelbarrows. Highly sophisticated wheelbarrows. These guys have, and that's why I say the African population is brilliant in doing innovation. And some of these wheelbarrows are designed by these guys to balance the weight of so many crates of Coca-Cola and even Unilever products. And I am always amazed, and I always want to go back to these guys and say, please show me that thing so that we can teach other people how to create mechanism for last mile delivery. A European would come to me and say, no, we do this on a bicycle. Well, try it, where there's thorns and barely roads, or they say, no, we'll use an electric vehicle. Yeah, right. When we're in the middle of the Namibian desert, I want to see you charge that thing. So they don't understand the way that we operate. And once you've been across the continent, you know the potential. And I can tell you, and that's my call to everybody, is that don't wait for economic growth. Be the economic growth.
Brilliant. And I guess that's a brilliant segue to Boitumelo as an economist, right? So my question to you is that given those structural barriers, often disadvantaged historically, disadvantaged groups, how can competition economics and regulatory frameworks be designed to ensure that digital innovation doesn't simply reinforce, existing inequalities, but advances equity?
Thank you so much for that question, and it's quite important because we were speaking about how policies could actually help and how South Africa is just like, let's get into the market, but how are we going to regulate it to make sure that, one, SMMEs are included, two, that the gatekeepers that existed prior to this new innovation will not still gatekeep, making sure that the market opens. So I'll start by saying this. When it comes to regulation, we have to be very careful to draw a line that we regulate, but we don't over-regulate. How does that happen? When you put so many administrative things and things that they need to check on the box that actually never actualize into the economy feeling and realizing the rewards. What we because I was at the commission for the longest time before I ventured into my business, is that we need to understand that we are breaking old systems. 90% of the economy is owned by 10%, meaning that they control how the economy moves, how it's distributed, and what you get as an end producer or as a consumer. So with these laws, and I'm going to give you a very practical example. The Commission just recently had inquiry, which was into the markets and internet. And what we realized was that people are trying old systems, let me say this, big corporates, are trying by all means to keep the doors locked. And AI is disruptive. And that is what we want. Disruptive technology helps. If we look at Uber or Taxify, they don't own one car. They use the supply that is already given in the economy. What we say and take from that is, as a commission, they are responsible to allow for those old systems that kept certain structures to dissipate. How do we do that? We are going to be very firm. What they did was to say, when new markets are created, let the new players play. Don't try and stop them, allow them to play. And that was actually flagged with Uber, because there were a lot of things saying, people were saying they're overcharging us, they're using their market power, and that is exactly that. They created a little system for themselves, and then they were able to just make people buy from them. But when AI is developed, people can do it themselves. I'll give you a practical example of myself. When I left the commission, I couldn't operate as a competition economist because I would be competing with them. I needed to find a new way to make money using the skills that I've learned in corporate. And that happened to be the internet. I said to myself, I have 10 years experience, but no one knows about me because I was under an institution. How do I develop myself as an individual? I use my LinkedIn, I use my Instagram, but I wanted to say, let me use the systems that I learned at the commission to create a new system, right? I was there, I could see how they use the internet, I could see how they email, I can see how they communicate to suppliers, and I used that. And because of that, I was able to set up my own website, have an Instagram page, people can say, oh, these are the products that she offers, click on my website, I even have a payment link, they pay, and then it's done. Would that have happened if AI was not in existence? No. I would have had to go to offices, pay administration, get an IT specialist to do the website, get someone else to make my payment system. Maybe it might even take 6 months. But now those are dissipating. And with regulation, it has to say and allow for new people to come in without those biases, but rather regulate the ones that are in the market to stop the ones from entering.
Brilliant. I think from what I take, thank you, both from you and Dani, is that there's a huge element of self-empowerment in how we really do achieve and succeed, right? And Kensani, has a foundation where she does a lot of impactful work, and this work involves from the early ages of adolescence. And my question to you is that you've done that work with adolescents through your foundation, building leadership, entrepreneurial, and problem-solving mindsets at an early age. Why do you believe developing entrepreneurial and innovative thinking in adolescence is critical to achieving long-term economic equity in Africa? And I guess in the context of this conversation, but also just taking the key takeaways from both the panelists, feedback they just provided.
Thank you for that question. So the name of the organization is Ayakaneni Foundation, which means let's build each other. And we basically work with learners who are 10 years old until 19. That's a wide range of people. This is people who are in primary school, grade 4 to 6. Currently, actually today, we just completed a leadership course for learners. Who knew that learners could do leadership courses? And I want to reflect on something that was said this morning by a learner, and he's in grade 6. He said that I really loved this course because there's a lot of corruption happening in South Africa, and I don't want to be like the leaders that I'm seeing every day. That is very powerful for someone who is just in grade 6, right? And so for us, the importance is if you teach a learner or a child from a very young age, at a malleable age where they can take in information, you're allowing them to think of themselves as creators of the economy. You're allowing them to think beyond where they are and think of alternative routes, including entrepreneurship. Because learners do things like selling stuff from a young age, but they never think of that as an actual career. So what you're doing by going back to grassroots and early stages, you're equipping them with the mindset that they need to develop and the mindset that they need to ensure that you're part of the leadership in South Africa and Africa that's creating those innovative situations or solutions rather than being the consumers. I think one of the panelists mentioned that we have a consumer mentality and not creators. So from focusing on a young age, you are really creating and harnessing those skills from a young age. Beyond that, we also teach problem-solving skills. I know this is like something people think they understand, but when you're in the work and in corporate, you get to realize that people don't really want to think. And thinking is a very important skill to have. Problem solving is a very important skill to have. So when you teach someone from 10 years old, they grow up understanding that if there's a problem, I'm going to fix it. If the economy or the government is not giving me solutions and opportunities, I'm going to create them for myself.
you. Like I said in the beginning, it's so unfortunate that we have, less time to discuss. But my last question, and I'll pose it to you, Dani, is that, you lead with both a commercial and a social lens. How do you strategically position your initiatives to achieve business growth while still creating meaningful social impact and opportunity? Because I think, it's all good and well that we've spent a couple of hours together, but I'll always reflect and say, what are the key takeaways from the conversations? But also, how do I carry it and make it land in my life or the communities that, I get to engage in? So, yeah, that will unfortunately be the last question for my panel. Thank you, Dani.
So some of the things that we deploy, I'm fortunate that I'm part of a global business group as well. And some of the things we deploy actually create economic inclusion and help entrepreneurs and small businesses. And even young people. So we have a thing we call Muchapa. For those, are there any Portuguese-speaking people? Okay, so the name means my lumper, and that doesn't make sense either. But it's a principle where in Brazil what they do is these young people load vehicles. And the only way for them to know when a vehicle is at a certain location so that they can help loading and get paid is through this app. And what we've done, it's not deployed in South Africa yet, the plan is to get there, but what we've done is we've taken this now further, in not just to help people load trucks, but to find work. And what we found was that a lot of the people that sign up are actually students, people that want to be empowered, people that want to help themselves and taking that. So in terms of the way that we look at life, it's to drive business, but to create inclusion through the tools that we deploy and actually help people empower and bring them into the economy. So, and I'm going to say it again, for you to wait for somebody is not going to work out. You need to take control. If you want to find out, and we had this on social media, you can start your own business by utilizing Facebook and Instagram as marketing. Now, all my mentors are teaching me that it's love, health, and wealth, and those things create business, and you can create it for yourself. So in terms of utilizing social media currently, you can create free marketing and free market access for yourself through these things.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to you for being such a beautiful crowd. Thank you.
We'll take a group photo, and then I am going to call upon Mr. Calvin Nemidzane from BLC Academy to give us our closing remarks. It has been an absolute pleasure being your MC for the day. It's been absolutely wonderful. I've learnt a lot. I really have learnt a lot. So I appreciate the time, the energy, the questions, you willingly being here. Thank you to our venue hosts, the usher team, photography, AV. All of you guys have been amazing. And on my part, I am done with my job. I'm Pumeza Langa. It has been an honor to be your MC for the day. Be well. Nicely done.
1, 2. Okay, I think my role is quite simple. I'm giving the vote of thanks. I'd like to first thank our guest speakers for the day, our panelists, not forgetting our sponsor who made this day to be what it is. And our request is to say we're hoping moving forward with this event that next year we'll get more sponsors so that we can really make it more meaningful and then more time. But we really want to thank our team. Firstly, we want to thank our CEO, the support from the mother. She can just wave her hand sitting there. Let's give her a round of applause. And the brother there who came all the way to support the event. But really we want to thank everybody, the sponsors, our panelists for coming through, interaction of everyone, the CEO herself for the vision itself. It was not an easy vision to come through, pull it together as it is. But we really thank that the team at the back, we want to thank them for making the day. And we also want to thank the exhibitors at the back who are here trying to help us to get everything done. But not forgetting yourself. Can you clap hand for yourself for being here? We really appreciate you. We really want to thank you. But again, fantastic job done by our program director. Where is she? I can't see her anymore. So let's give her a hand. She did a very fantastic job today. So thank you, thank you. I'll close up by saying we want to thank you at the back. We can go, there is some stall at the back, and there's a place to buy some lunch and everything. But most importantly, let's interact with our last partners that were here. Let's exchange the numbers, and then let's take it from there. Thank you, and again I say thank you.
Can we gather on stage for a group picture? All of you, yes.